To welcome everybody here this evening and open the council meeting. Before we move into any formalities, I would like to remind everybody that in accordance with the council's code of conduct, code of meeting practice, other than the public forum section, this meeting will be live streamed. Our acknowledgement of country and prayer of council will be read by the Reverend Bruce Hammonds from Liverpool Presbyterian Church. If you're able to stand, please, if you could stand now. And it will be followed by the national anthem.
Can I assure you, our Mayor, and to the Council of our constant prayers. Our church, and certainly most of the churches in this area, constantly hold our council and our community in prayer. Tonight I'm here on behalf of John Keane, who's always at these meetings, and he's very ill, so we are praying for his recovery. And he had organised a Samoan minister to be here, and without John's support he was probably a bit timid. And so the best I can do is say talofa lava, which is Samoan for a good day. So let's bow our heads in prayer. Our great God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, Father, we want to thank you for the quality of life and freedom that we enjoy in this country. We are very thankful for those who've paid for the freedoms that we enjoy with their lives. And Father, we continue to pray for our Defence Forces and their families as they continue this proud tradition. Help us to be a healthy, multi-ethnic community, to have a united culture, and as a nation to know peace and unity. Help us to enjoy and reflect your great love for us. And Father, we pray for our nation, we pray for our community, we pray for our council. Father, we pray for our Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, and Opposition Leader, Anthony Albanese. We pray for our Premier, Gladys Berejiklian, and an Opposition Leader, Jodie McKay. We pray for all who serve in federal and state governments as well. Father, help us to have unity in our nation, and help us to have all the things that we have enjoyed that have made this nation great. We pray for rain on our land. We ask, Lord, that you would end this drought that is gripping our rural communities and causing so many Australian families severe hardship. Bring them relief, we pray. Father, as our council meets tonight, we pray that you would bless each who speaks, give them courage, give them clarity of thought and word. And Father, we pray that you would help us to move forward, to have a great community, one that is progressive and is inclusive of all people. Father, we thank you for our past. We trust that you would bless us in our present, and we look forward to the future. In Jesus' name, amen. We also acknowledge that God, having created this world and all that is in it, with respect we honour the traditional Aboriginal owners of the land upon which we are meeting tonight. We affirm our hope and dedication to the good government of our city and the well-being of all Liverpool's residents, no matter race or creed. Tonight we affirm our hope for sound decision-making by council that will improve the quality of life in our city. We expressed our expectations and best wishes for Australia, our nation's future, our Mayor, our councillors and staff at council, and all those associated with good government in this city of Liverpool. Thank you.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair. Beneath our radiant sun souls who've come across the seas. We've boundless place to share. With courage, let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
Thank you. You could all be seated. He's coming. He's in court. Councillor Shelton's on his way, so he's not an apology. He's literally running as fast as his legs could caper. So that would mean everybody's here this evening, so there's no apologies. Unfortunately, council and community members, we have several condolences. The first one is Anthony McAuliffe, and Anthony passed away on the 30th of June 2019. Anthony joined Liverpool City Council in October 2016 as a swimming pool officer after working at Campbelltown City Council. A valued member of our organisation, Anthony was hard-working and committed to enhancing and promoting swimming pool safety. He was also very active socially at Council. Anthony played for Council's soccer team and helped coordinate the participation in the up-and-coming Johnny Warren and Les Murray Memorial Cup, a soccer tournament between councils across Sydney. Anthony will be remembered for his community spirit and enthusiasm. On behalf of the Council, I humbly express my deepest condolences to Anthony's friends and family at this very difficult time. May he rest in peace. I move that the usual condolences be sent to his family. Seconded. Thank you, Councillor Chitty. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, carried. The next condolence is Joseph or Joe Durant. Former Liverpool Mayor Joe Durant passed away just short of his 89th birthday. Joe served as a councillor at Liverpool City Council from 1966 to 1976 and 1980 to 1987. During his tenure, Joe was elected Deputy Mayor in 1969 and 1972 to 1973 before being elected Mayor for 1973, serving for 1 year. Joe was awarded a Certificate of Service in 1987, and he also received the Officer of the Order of Liverpool and Companion of the Order of Liverpool. He served as a board member of the Friends of the Liverpool Regional Museum and Collingwood House, and as chairman of Parks and Gardens Committee and the Finance Committee. Together with the former Mayor Kevin Napier, Joe was a driving force in discussions with Stockson Holdings, resulting in the safeguarding of Collingwood House and the establishment of the Liverpool Regional Museum. He also served on the board of the Prospect County Council and as chairman of the Joint Councils of Liverpool, Camden, Campbelltown and Mullumbimby, seeking grants from the federal government, many of which were received by Liverpool City Council. On behalf of Liverpool, I express my deepest condolences to Joe's wife Jackie and sons Shane and Mark and daughter Karen. It's very unfortunate, but the family also lost 2 children. I also acknowledge how much this family has endured through the tragic loss of Joseph Durant Jr. in 2007, and many of us that have lived here remember that with great sadness. May Joe rest in peace and his contributions to Liverpool be remembered for years to come. May he also be looked at a person that gave Liverpool quite a place in history. I'll move the usual condolences, seconded again by Councillor Chitty. Put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. The third one, which I'm sorry has just disappeared in front of me, but there is a third. Thank you. Is Auntie Gladys Nimmett. Auntie Gladys Nimmett passed away on the 23rd of July, the same day as Joe, as it would seem. She was a long-term community member and elder of the Aboriginal Consultative Committee, and she was an Aboriginal community representative on the Community 216H Management Committee. She also represented the latter at Council's annual Gift of Time Awards. Auntie Gladys was a member of the Ganangara Aboriginal Land Council and the Aboriginal Women's Group. She was also a very keen knitter and a founding member of the 2168 Community Markets, and participated as a member on various community groups, including NAIDOC Week and Working Group and other groups. Auntie Gladys will be remembered for her passion and pride in being Aboriginal and her vibrant community spirit, and also very much a family person. On behalf of Liverpool City Council, I humbly express my deepest condolences to her family and friends during this time. She was married for over 50 years. May she also rest in peace. I move the usual condolences.
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Did. And we will now stand for a minute's silence for those three folk. Thank you. Be seated. Councillor Chitty, you had one more condolence, so I'm sorry, I just remembered as we're doing our minute silence.
Mayor, and it wasn't a resident, but a neighbouring council, the former Mayor, Mayor Kashaba, Anwar Kashaba, who former Labor Party Mayor from Fairfield City Council. He was a long-serving mayor there. He was the first Assyrian Australian to ever serve in public office. And generally, yes, we reserve the condolences for people in our area. Given it is a neighbouring council, it's a long-serving person who dedicated himself as well to the community. I think if we can, also provide condolences to the family.
I think that's very sensible.
And remember that person in our prayers.
Yeah, so you're moving that. I'm happy to
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Chris Callender. I'll put it. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. It's a sad way to start a meeting. Okay, minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 26th of June.
Move the minute, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hiddle.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Callender. Any discussion? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, carried. Declarations of interest.
Yes, Mayor. NOM 05. I am a member of the Liverpool Historical Society. It's non-significant, non-pecuniary, and I will leave the room.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I also would like to declare a conflict in NOM 01, and I will be leaving the room as a member of the Liverpool Historical Society. I also have a conflict with COM 01, having been a previous sort of participant in Friends of India events, but it's non-significant, non-pecuniary, so I'll be staying in the room for that one.
Are you leaving the room for the Historic Society one?
Yes, I will.
You are. Okay. Here's Councillor Sheldon.
Madam Mayor, I also would like to at least acknowledge that I was a prior financial member, and I'm not sure if I am a current member, of the Home for the City of the Liverpool and District Historical Society, NOM 5, but I will still be presenting that NOM and I will stay in the room.
Okay then, thank you. We're on pecuniary interest, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I declare a non-pecuniary, not significant interest in relation to item NOM 05. I'm an ordinary member of the Liverpool and District Historical Society. Hold no offices, don't have to leave the room, but I will anyway. Thank you.
So you're leaving the room?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other declarations? Councillor Hall.
Sorry, EGRO 04.
Yep.
Non-pecuniary and due to family living in the area. I will be remaining in the chambers.
Okay, thank you. Have you all got forms?
Madam Mayor, Conf 03, I have a pecuniary interest in relation to the matter discussed there, and I will leave the room and direct Mr Moore to take my seat.
Okay, thank you. You got your forms?
I will.
All right. Goodness. 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you very much. Our first person to speak in our public forum is Info02, Speaking for the Planet event, which is a public speaking, drama and visual arts competition which recognises and celebrates World Environment Day. Speaking for the Planet invites local high school students to participate by preparing speeches and performances relating to World Environment Day theme, which this year was air pollution. So the winner of that competition is here, I believe. Next item on the agenda is mayoral minutes, and there was going to be one, but I'm putting it off till next month. The next item is the rescission motion.
Mayor, can I ask some questions? And I thank you for your email noting your advice in relation to how this is to be dealt with.
You can ask some questions before I...
Can I ask some questions before I then propose a motion?
No. Procedurally, I need to make a decision, and then we can proceed from there. And my decision is that the rescission motion that is before you, it is enacted. However, as I said in an email on Friday to the councillors, I understand the intent of the discussion, especially around the planning side of the issues. So I'm quite content to take an urgent NOM on the matter. Now, if councillors are already prepared for that, that'd be fine, and I'd be happy to take that NOM now. So I'm ruling the rescission motion out of order, but I am happy to take an urgent NOM.
Thank you, Mayor. In relation to that, just for clarification, obviously once council moves a motion, if it was moved correctly or incorrectly, that then doesn't mean it nulls the motion. For example, if it was supposed to be dealt with as a rescission, but it's not, and it's later found that, by us moving an urgency that you rule in order, then there's no issues moving forward after that, is there?
No, there isn't.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Can I ask questions before an urgency? Or
you certainly can if you have an urgent NOM. I'm happy at this point, given that we have a lot of community interest here this evening, I would say ask away.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll ask in relation, obviously, to the Middleton Grange Town Centre, and then I'm happy to move a motion. I just need to seek some clarification. Obviously, the number of 176, and I'll go through you, Madam CEO, and you can pass on to whoever you choose to respond. Early in the piece, a number of 176 residential units was put in either a brochure, a flyer, a report from council to the residents stating that that was what can be achieved on that site. Does council stand by that number?
That number came from the social impact assessment provided by the Mantra Group that was produced by Judith Stubbs. You can find the calculations on page 13 of that, and it's in reference to the development of a Section 94 contribution plan, so it gives an indicative figure of dwellings against the number when you take 3.9 hectares at 28 dwellings per hectare with 3.2 hectares at 21 dwellings per hectare gives 176 dwellings against the density of the Clause 711 LEEP. I'll ask Mr Smith to go into further detail there. I do stress, though, Councillor, that at all public forums I've said that that's an indicative figure, and that further, there could be greater scope for apartments on the site. Mr Smith, is there anything further you want to add to that?
Just before, sorry, Mr Smith answers, probably killed two questions with one stone and one answer. Given that you're making reference then to that statement that was provided, I take it by the council-issued report?
No, it was the social impact assessment that the Mantra Group provided to us as part of their development application. So we've taken the figures from the applicant's own research.
So, and I'm just seeking here clarity on how council officers then review these reports. Let's say that figure in that report, which we know would have been wrong, stated that it was 1,000 units. Council would have automatically then corrected it and said you've overstated the amount of units in that report?
Possibly.
Yeah. Thanks.
Through the CEO, in relation to that, yes, it is a minimum density of 176 with the calculations that are identified accurately within that social impact assessment. And if you refer to the clause of the LEP, it determines how you make that calculation. But as you said, it's a minimum density requirement under the LEP.
Thank you. I've got a few more if you don't mind, Mayor. The question I asked through to the Director of Planning, who responded pretty much quickly, thank you for that. In that I asked what can be achieved on this site. Can you go through those numbers if you don't mind, Director?
Through the CEO, certainly. In order to crunch some numbers, I had to make some assumptions about. We had some facts in terms of the site area. From that, you can calculate a gross floor area, but you've got to make some assumptions about the efficiency of gross floor area. Not much of an assumption, I would say, because there's a pretty well-practiced industry standard on that. But with the amount of commercial floor space that is in the current planning proposal, and with my assumptions, just under 500, I think it's 492 dwellings, is a number of dwellings that might be achieved under the current controls. But that is based on some assumptions. It's not factoring in the impact of certain or several roads that need to pass through the site, roads or streets and lanes, in fact, which would probably have a downward push on that, total yield. But somewhere around the 490 mark is what could be achieved with the commercial floor space that's proposed currently.
Just on that, and why I asked that, as you know, we've received lots of calls, messages, emails in relation to this over the time, which I think all but 3 or 4 people I've responded to. But the main concern that was coming out of most of that was Council has approved, which we haven't yet, 176 units. You're now going to this. That number of 176, and I take on board even on Monday night you referred to a figure of about 350 or 400 in the meeting that you went to. But unfortunately out there in the general community, that 176 is what's resonated. It's come from a flyer that Council sent out, and these are some of the major issues that we're copping in relation to that. To your point on taking out roads, which will reduce the floor space area though, hasn't it been the case in 2 developments in Edmondson Park where Council have tried to do that, but it has been proven that if the site is that site, they calculate the current site in the FSR calculations and then dedicate the road.
Through the CEO, let me clarify. I'm not saying that you would exclude the area occupied by those roads from the calculations, and indeed in the numbers that I calculated to get to that 490 mark, I didn't exclude the area of the roads. What I'm saying is, though, when it comes to modelling up some built form and designing a scheme which is a mix of commercial and apartments, you can't build over those roads. And you have another constraint that applies to this site, which is a height control. So when you put those sorts of constraints around it, you just might not achieve the maximum FSR that you are able to achieve, and therefore you might not hit the 490 yield.
And I totally understand that. We know with this city centre LEP you can go 90 metres, but you've got a 3-to-1 FSR, so you're never going to be able to achieve that. So I'll take that on board. The proponent has been stating these figures, and again today by the representative of the proponent, that they can currently achieve 600 odd units, obviously depending on a mix, size, everything else, and 12,000 square metres of commercial. That was also put in a brochure that was handed out on Sunday night, and I think emailed through to everyone as well. How do you respond to that?
Through the CEO, in fact, I need to correct myself. When I was saying 490, I should have been saying 390 apartments is what could be achieved with the 22,000. The 490 is the number that I think you could achieve with the 12,000 square metres of floor space. So, in my opinion, you couldn't get to 600 apartments under the current controls. Based on the assumptions I've made, you could get to about 490 with the higher amount of commercial space. From the current proposal, that'd be down at 390. And from my assessment, maybe I'm going to answer the question you're going to now. If in order to get to 600 apartments here, you'd have less than 1,000 square metres of commercial space, which actually isn't allowed under the controls, and isn't really a town centre. So, look, on my calcs, I don't think you can get to 600, but the only way to check that is to do some proper design work and model it up. I don't believe, or at least it hasn't been shared with us, if it has been done, that the applicant's ever done that. And that would be the only way to work this out for sure.
Thanks for that segue, because now I'll move a motion if I can. Mayor?
Perhaps some of us have questions, some others have
Okay,
questions.
well, we'll deal with questions before the motion. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Councillor.
So 176 was that number came from a document provided by the developer, is that correct?
Mr Moore, do you want to keep going?
It's a number that was in, as the CEO said, in a social impact assessment. I think it was actually a report that we commissioned. on behalf of, as part of the assessment of the planning proposal. But it's the same thing in effect. It was an independent study used to assess the planning proposal. The reason that number was referred to is because it is the minimum. We know, in fact, there's a control that says you must achieve at least that much residential on the site. So we didn't have any real certainty about how many more apartments than that you would achieve. In hindsight, perhaps it wasn't the best number to rely on, because it appears that you could achieve more than that, and indeed, as the CEO has said in subsequent meetings, it was described more in the 300 ballpark, which seems about right. These numbers vary, of course, up and down, depending how much commercial floor space you have. But the reason that number comes from an independent expert's report, and that number is a minimum that you must have on the site.
Now you have a motion, councillor. Oh, wait a minute. Any other
Madam
questions?
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, councillor. Yeah.
Just for Director of Economy and Growth, through the Chair, if I may. So I'm a little bit confused how you've come to this number. Doesn't it make sense that if the dwellings are smaller, more residential units would fit on there, depending on the size of the units and the dwellings there?
Through the CEO, yes, it does. If you have lots of small apartments, you'll have many more. So what I've done is assumed an average apartment size in order to get that number, which I think is about reasonable. And from some back calcs of data that the applicants used, I think we're probably on the same page there. The average size I assumed is 85 square metres. So that's how that works. But you're right. If you had many more smaller apartments, you would have more apartments. You can't do that, though, because we have controls that try to get a mix of apartment sizes.
Okay, through the Chair, if I may. And how did you come up with this number of 85 square metres? Is that through the controls, or was that just an assumption from other developments that have happened within Liverpool?
It's an assumption, but I think it's a fair assumption because it's about the medium size of apartments, which range from, for studios, 55 square metres up to 110, 15, or a bit more for three-bedders. So it's a number that's about in the middle.
Okay, through the Chair, if I may. And in the past, has council dealt with other DAs in this manner? I mean, excuse the language, but in your words, these assumptions? Because it's my understanding that we haven't even seen any plans.
Through the CEO, yeah, I'd agree. We're not, as planners in the council, we're not typically doing this kind of analysis. What we're doing is analysing plans that are put before us. But I acknowledge that it will help us in this situation to try and get a sense of just how many apartments might end up on this site, and that's why I was quite prepared to do this analysis, noting that it does rely on assumptions. But I think the assumptions we've used are good. And in fact, I made contact with a number of people in the industry to gauge what assumptions they typically rely on, and they confirmed the assumptions I've made.
Okay, through the Chair, if I may, has the community of Middleton Grange been informed that these are just assumptions, not based on fact?
I think I can answer that one, councillor. I think at every point when we've spoken to the community, we've made it very clear, and I certainly did on Monday night, that these are only assumptions, that until a DA is submitted, it is impossible to confirm exactly what's going to go on the site. But as Mr Moore explained, there is a minimum amount, which we've been relying on that data to say this is the minimum amount of apartments. It's usually good for people to know what the minimum is going to be because it's still a largish figure. But at every point we've been very clear to say until we had a DA in front of us that determines the floor space of each of the apartments and so on. No, of course, we're unable to say that, and at this point in time, we don't have a built form DA submitted.
Okay, through the Chair, if I may, I assume, I don't know if my councillor colleagues agree with me, but I assume that this is quite unfair to the community at Middleton Grange and to the proponent because they're just that, assumptions, and I feel like the community is being misinformed because you can't just assume this.
Point of order.
Yes, what is your point of order?
There's a mathematical number that
Excuse me, councillor. Point of order means you have to shush. Councillor, what is your point of order?
Just the accusations that the community and the proponent have been misled. As we heard, their assumptions All you can do at this stage is use assumptions because no application has been lodged.
That's
So
true.
it's not
I'll uphold
misleading,
your
it's-
point of order. Councillor, I'm just going to ask a question just of Mr Moore. Mr Moore, when you talk about assumption, are you talking about like standards in the planning field? That the assumptions, obviously, from what I think Councillor Yard's trying to say, and I think I can understand her sentiment, that people have been basically given a whole lot of fairy information that isn't true. So I'm assuming that in the industry there's a set of assumptions, like in science, there's a set amount of assumptions.
Through you, CEO. No, they're not adopted industry assumptions, and that's because these things differ case by case. So you really only need to rely on assumptions when you're just trying to work out what the yield of a site might be without actually going in and drawing up the fine details of that site yield. So that's why that's why I sort of checked across people in the industry as to what they typically rely on, and these are numbers or assumptions that they particularly rely on. There are really only two assumptions involved here. One is the percentage of the gross floor area that actually ends up as area within an apartment. When you build a building, not all of the area in that building is within the four walls of an apartment. There are corridors, there are lobbies, there are stairs and other things. So 80% is a reasonable assumption. That's the efficiency. Sometimes that pushes higher, sometimes it pushes lower. But it's pretty well used in the industry. And the second assumption is just the average apartment size.
Okay.
So,
thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, please.
Yes, hold on. Councillor Hadid, what is your question?
Well, Madam Mayor, it's very obvious now there is some misunderstanding. It seems to me, from listening to some answers from the staff, under the current zoning, the proponent can put up to 600 units. So if he can put up to 600 units, why we release the information to the resident, they can put up to 176. Why we didn't say it's between 176 and between 600?
Mr Moore?
I'm not saying that you could achieve 600 apartments under the current controls. I'm saying you could, with the amount of commercial space in the current proposal, or at least the proposal that we looked at late last year, you could achieve under 400 apartments. And I guess what I'd like to add is that the reason we used the number that we knew was certain, i.e. the minimum number, is because it avoided us having to go into this question of assumptions and so on. When we're digging a little deeper to try and get a better sense of just what might happen, I've relied on these assumptions. But I'm not saying that, or in my opinion, you wouldn't get to 600 apartments under the current controls. It'd be more in the order of under 400 or close to 400.
Still the question is, if, well, of my understanding, if he wants to go high, put more unit, he has to reduce the size of the commercial. It's understandable. But why we did not give more information if there is like a big commercial, the huge ones, you have to reduce the size of the horizon of the unit or the numbers of the unit. Why we did not give a lot of information instead of giving the impression they can put 176? Why we didn't say, if you want to put 600, you can, but you have to reduce the size of the commercial. If you want to increase the size of the commercial, you have to decrease the size of the building and the unit.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Who was that? Oh, Councillor Caliander, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. So while we're on the question of information and misinformation, I came across this newsletter, Middleton Grange Town News, Town Centre News, which states that plans have been lodged with the state government seeking approval for the 45 million medical building to ease the shortage of medical services in the area. Is this something that council staff are aware of, or something that has crossed the awareness of council officers, and anything that's been included in any of the plans that we've been exposed to?
Councillor, when council staff assessed the planning proposal, which went to council last December, there was no medical facility included in that at that point in time. We are aware that the proponent has discussed having it assessed as state significant development, and the planning department have asked, were that to be the case, what would we want to see in the assessment, because we would not be the assessors. But to our knowledge, Mr Smith, I believe that's right, it hasn't been submitted as a state significant development at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
To further extend on that, council, in terms of making a decision about this, is kind of expected to somewhat fly blind by having information that's been sent to residents, has never been shown to council or councillors, and is kind of muddying the waters, so to speak.
To some extent, I have to take that as a comment, councillor. All I can say is that we have not been asked to respond to a state significant development application at this point in time. Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hall, you have another turn.
Councillor Billett.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr Moore.
Oh, hold on. No, Councillor Blute, I called Hall. You can go after him. Sorry. Councillor Hall.
Yes, just a question. We've heard from the speaker representing the owner of the property say that they were going to offer the recreational area of so many thousand square metres. If you look at the original proposal, the recreational area is less than 1,000 square metres. What my question is, are you able to juggle the heights of buildings in order to get additional recreational area out of that? How can you get, say, 6,000 square metres out of that area if originally the RE1 zoning is only 1,000 square metres?
Through the CEO, I would struggle to answer that because I haven't had the opportunity to review the drawings or the proposal that you're talking about. What I know, though, is there is a drainage easement or a stormwater drain that does pass through a large portion of this site. It's fairly large. It's a fairly large amount of land, and if that were included as open space, that would boost the quantum amount of open space. That might be one way that it's being done, but I can't answer more than that because I haven't had the opportunity of reviewing the drawings.
The CEO wants to add to that comment.
I just want, just for the sake of councillors, because you're asking some questions about the content of a new proposal. Council staff have not seen a new proposal. The proponent has not provided it to us, so hence why Mr Moore is unable to give an answer to that question. We simply haven't been exposed to it. My apologies, but we're unable to answer something that we haven't looked at.
Councillor Balut. Sorry, Councillor Hall. Councillor, I'll come back to you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Balut.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr Moore. When that independent expert report was commissioned, if you don't mind me asking?
I think he's talking about the
Mr
Judith
Smith,
Stubbs.
can you remember when the Judith Stubbs social impact assessment was commissioned? Sorry, I have the exact date on me here, Councillor. 1st of June 2016.
Thank you. Can we have a copy as councillors, if you
absolutely, I'll ask Mr Smith to forward that to you. In fact, can you do that now, seeing as you've had it up for me already?
Thank you. Councillor Hall, I said I'd come back to you.
Thank you. Yes, what I was getting at is that if you have say you've got an area of say 5,000 square metres, and that's commercial, and you decide that instead of using all of that 5,000 square metres for commercial, you now say divide it in two and say that gives you 2,500 square metres, and you're going to turn that into a recreational space. Are you able to do that?
It would be dependent on the zoning. I don't think anything in a zoning that is commercially zoned prohibits public recreation space either. No, so you would be able to do that.
So you're saying, sorry, through the mayor, so you can in fact do that. What I'm so what wouldn't you have to trade off something? In other words, you've given a certain floor area, you're now going to halve that, but and then you're going to the other half. You're going to say we're going to make this open space, recreational space, whatever. To compensate for that, could you go up?
Well, through the CEO, you can only go up as high as the height controls allow you to go up. So, you know, how these things might sort of even out as you start moving things around, it's a bit hard to predict. That's the work of, you know, doing detailed urban design and built form analysis. But yeah, you could soak up some of that yield elsewhere, but your height control is a maximum as well.
Okay, Councillor Haggerty, you had your light on and off.
I'm good. I think it's time to hear the notice.
No, I've got a question.
Yes, Councillor Rhodes, what is your question?
The question, I want to broaden this a little bit to ask about the Council's long-term strategic direction. I've noted in the booklet where we took in the constituents' concerns for Middleton Grange. You know, they definitely say need for a shopping centre and cafes, improve public transport, more buses, reduce traffic. I notice all those things, but then when I read there's no reference to jobs, and I wonder whether it is a strategic direction of council to provide local jobs in Middleton Grange.
Broadly, council has an objective to look at employment. I would see that the general intent of town centre is that employment is retail and service based, so, you know, hairdressers and the like, and that would be the predominant employment mix that you would see in that area. I do, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr Moore, but my understanding is that we would expect to see an economic impact study come in relation to any development that would occur in the town centre as well, that would certainly address those issues, councillor.
Thank you. Once again, I noticed that in the Liverpool Connect 2050, it says council will also encourage compact, medium, high density in appropriate locations along the corridor, our transit corridor, which Middleton Grange sits alongside. Is that saying that they would encourage compact, medium, high density would that be one of those chosen locations?
I can't answer that question specifically, councillor, because we haven't done the detailed design work at the moment. Any of those transit-orientated developments, which is what you are proposing, would need to take into account the current population base and making sure that it was adequately serviced or represented. So we're not far down enough that work to have that conversation at this point in time.
If that was the direction of council, can you just say, in your opinion, what is being presented, is that classified as compact, medium, high density?
Councillor, I haven't been provided with the proposal, so I would struggle to give you a definitive answer on that. Generally, TODs sit right up against... So a TOD is the type of development you see that sits around a train station, for instance, like Chatswood. So it would sit directly on the transport link. This proposal certainly, I hope, will benefit from 15th Avenue, but it's not when you generally envisage a TOD. That would be sitting at the stop, basically, and then spreading down from there.
So I would be correct in saying that the transit lane or the transit development is like a train line, and there will be stations, if you like, along that way.
That is correct. That's the intention of it. As you'll understand, as you'll recall from the councillor workshops, the intention of it is to provide a rapid transit link to the airport for both tourists, but most significantly for the worker population to the airport. To keep it as a rapid link, you need to limit the number of stops. Limiting the number of stops also allows for some density around those stops, which, you know, you can cluster certain opportunities. However, we are certainly not advanced enough in that piece of work, nor would it be prudent of me to detail where we would be thinking about those particular stops at this point in time.
So just if you'll allow me again, so this development, when do you foresee it becoming a reality?
Well, ideally, I'd like to see it opened when the airport is opened, which is 2026. At this point in time, the current work that council staff are working on in conjunction with RMS and Transport for New South Wales is on the type of design work, the type of corridor you would need to put in to get the rapid technology onto that. There's still a number of other pieces of work that need to occur, including the financing model. Financing obviously ties into the TODs. You'll recall that from the work and discussion that Transport for New South Wales has had around Metro West. We'll actually be bringing a council report to you, Councillor, in the next, in either August or September, to discuss where we're up to in terms of that work, and also to discuss a probity piece around how we have these type of conversations.
And I would then consider that council would obviously be consulting with any sort of residents in any sort of area, whether their area was going to be impacted in any way by the decisions of council.
Absolutely.
So the people of Middleton Grange will be told if there is going to be future development in their area because of the transit lane.
Of course, Councillor. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Thank you, councillors. I think we've had a lot of questions. Councillor Hajidi, have you got your motion?
Yeah, before I do that, can I just ask one simple question?
Yes, one more.
Have council officers ever received a request from the proponents to present this new proposal to them? Ever?
No.
No?
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Ed.
I just have something here that's in our controls, which I needed clarified so I can make a proper decision. I was hoping that, now I've emailed it to George, and I was hoping that the other councillors could also see it so we can see clarification. Would that be okay, Madam Mayor?
Yes, certainly.
Thank
If you have, do you wish to ask your question, though? What is it?
Yeah, so once the image is up, I just want clarification on how those numbers were.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor. Thank you. Yes,
I just
Councillor.
have something here that's I just have something in our controls which I needed clarified so I can make a proper decision.
I think we've got a gremlin in our system. Okay, just generally speaking.
Madam Mayor, so once the image is up, I can actually pinpoint what my question is in regards to the graph that's going to be.
Okay, well, I'm not getting it, so...
Can I suggest it be given to the director and then the questions asked and we go from there?
Yeah, I think, Councillor, what is the notion of your motion or your question?
Okay, so according to the existing controls and development potential under Liverpool LEP 2008, zoning R1 and B2, which I understand is the current zoning of the town centre site, says the approximate number of dwellings in R1 is 200 and the approximate number of dwellings in B2 is 400. If my calculations are correct, this equals 600 dwellings. So I'm a little bit confused about council's assumption on how many units can go on the site.
It's up on the screen.
It's on the screen now, so I'd like this explained to me. Maybe I've misunderstood it.
Here, yeah, you got it?
Could you tell us where this has come from, Councillor? Because I don't believe this has been provided by staff. Is Mr. Moore? Are you aware of this?
Just a comment on that. In relation to that, there's square metres, there's an FSR, there's unit dwellings. Not that I'm saying I agree or disagree with anything that's on the screen, but I think there's some basic numbers there that someone could quickly work out if they're correct or not.
Can we move on? I could have created
Yes, I
a graph.
agree. Look, Councillor, I think they'll have to take that on notice and get back to you. Councillor Chitty, you have a motion.
Yes, it should pop up on the screen, if you don't mind. Mr. George, whenever you're ready. All right, I'll read. Do you want me to read it out just in case?
Yes, please.
Yeah, do I really have to?
Do you want me to read it?
I'll do it.
Okay.
1 notes the December 2018 resolution opposing that council. 1 notes the December 2018 resolution opposing the increase in density and heights as proposed for the Middleton Grange town centre at the time. 2, direct the CEO to immediately write to all residents via direct mail in Middleton Grange apologising for not being clear with previous correspondence where Council stated that the Middleton Grange Town Centre would only cater for 176 residential units under current zoning controls, and in fact that number is currently not clear, noting that a further report will be provided to Council for the September 2019 meeting. 3, direct the CEO to provide a report back to September 2019 Council meeting with the following: A, assumed outcomes for the development of the site under the current zoning. B, assumed outcomes for the development of the site, referencing the document handed over by the proponent to residents at their meeting on Sunday the 28th of July. C, assumed outcomes for the development of the site, referencing the draft DCP, which takes into account zone boundary changes and road realignments. Outcomes in the context above means assumed yields for dwellings, retail, commercial space, as well as infrastructure and contributions, noting assumptions will need to be used, particularly in relation to the amount of commercial, business and retail uses. The assumptions used are to be clearly outlined in the report back to Council. 4, commit that if any amendments were made by the proponent for the Middleton Grange Town Centre planning proposal, an exhibition community consultation period of 28 days would be undertaken.
Happy to second it.
Point of order, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Hold on. Thank you, Councillor Didd. What is your point of order, Councillor Sheldon?
Yeah, can you actually direct the CEO to apologise over something if she doesn't feel like doing it?
I'm happy to offer an amendment to the wording there.
Sorry to say.
Well, I'm actually going to uphold that point of order because I think there's all sorts of other issues surrounding the wording, and I know what Councillor Chitty is trying to do, and I think we need to get the best outcome here for the residents. So, Councillor Haggerty, what is your suggestion?
That perhaps we direct the CEO to write to all residents via direct mail in Middleton Grange. Once a further report is provided to Council in September 2019, clarifying the range of residential units under the current zoning controls. Something like that.
Madam Mayor, can I seek some clarification?
Yes, Councillor?
Given that assumptions and lack of a proper proposal or proper sort of set of plans on the table has driven a lot of the confusion surrounding this, is this the best possible way forward? Because in my discussions with most residents, people just want something that they can see, that they can actually respond to. And from this document that was circulated by the applicant, it sounds like they have something to submit. So is this the best possible way forward in terms of potentially wasting council officers' time and resources in catering to a whole set of assumptions if there is already a proposal that could potentially provide some detail that is more appropriate?
Just hold on a moment. There's a bit of conferring going on behind me here. Okay.
Can I just make a comment in relation to that point, Mayor, for clarification for the councillor?
Yes, Councillor.
I would assume that at point B, councillor, that the council officers would be in contact with the proponent to say there is a document out there. Give us your stuff on that so that we can then make assumptions. What I'm chasing here in those 3 points, I won't debate now, but I'm assuming that that's what would happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Councillor, I'll just ask the CEO, did she want to comment on what Mr Moore was just chatting about?
Mr Moore and I were just conferring, and as both of you say, councillors, it's always preferable for us to assess against a proposal and provide that information to you rather than try and do it, in a sense, retrospectively, which creates all those issues around us having to make assumptions, which we shouldn't really be doing in the planning space.
Okay, well, Councillor Hachidi, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I need to get clarification on this apologising word, though, first, Mayor.
Okay.
Can you rule that?
Councillor Haggerty has moved an amendment to your motion.
Has he?
Well, he suggested most strongly, which I'm happy to take as an amendment, and I'm sure someone will second it. Are you happy to have it adopted into your motion?
Yes. As long as because there was a report in the local paper as well a couple of days ago, which also referenced that. I think it's important somewhere we do correct the record now in relation to, okay, don't apologise if you don't want to apologise, but make it clear that maybe that was the minimum, whether it's in the, I think the Liverpool leader ran a story recently in relation, referencing the 176. I'd like something out there now to say that is a minimum.
You want to clarify it for the
Clarified,
residents,
and if that means a quarter page or a line or something in the leader that does that for now, I'm then happy to take that on board.
Yeah, I do understand what you're trying to achieve. So, Councillor Healy, Councillor Chitty's happy to take your amendment to his point 2. So it's more about getting the information clear and concise for the residents. So I'm sure we can achieve that as best we can.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor.
The mover and the seconder are happy. I'd like to add something. I'd also like to seek some clarification. If this does get up, does that mean that the proponent and council staff, our planning department, will sit down together and...
Well, Councillor, can I say to you that Council, from my experience, is happy to sit down with anybody, and I've also done my own investigation because of my earlier ruling, and Council has been approaching the applicant, and there's been a circulation of information to say that hasn't happened, and I have to say that is not the truth. So the reality is anybody can put in a DA and they will be treated with the professionalism that they require. So I have no problems at all. I am quite certain if this gets up, the council staff will behave in a professional way as they would with anybody. Now, having that motion, does anyone wish to speak against it?
I'd like to propose a minor amendment. Point 1, rather than notes, can we use the word reaffirms?
Yeah, it's up to the mover and the seconder if they're happy with that. Yeah, reaffirms, okay. Yep, okay, reaffirms. Right, okay, and is that it?
One more.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to add a point 5.
Point 5.
If the mover and seconder are that way. That council investigate other areas in Middleton Grange that would be appropriate for retail.
I think we need to get some advice here because, as the CEO quite rightly reminded me, the planning department is doing its bit right as we speak, so that's in motion.
I think we just need a line that directs me to request the Department of Planning essentially stops work on the proposal while we go through this process. Otherwise, you could end up in a position where they finalise their decision while we're in this space. And I think that just makes it more complex for everyone. I'm sure I can ask the Department of Planning to essentially stop work. Mr Moore, yeah? Whether they will or not. Well, I can request it, okay, yeah.
Well, how about in the motion that we send this to the Department of Planning so they know that we're waiting on something to come back, and then hopefully you would think that, you know...
I just trying to...
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want that in there, or would you do it without it?
I think it's probably useful to have it in there because then it shows that you've clearly directed me to do that.
All right, well then, we won't worry about 5 for a sec, I'll comment on that, but number 6, write to the Department of Planning advising them of this Council's action, requesting time for Council to submit further information or an update or whatever it is that you want to do.
Could we have in there, because more time is needed, so to give actually council time to meet with the proponent, could we actually have that written there?
Councillor, again, it goes through a process. So it is the ball is in the applicant's court, and there are timelines relating to that. While I appreciate what you're trying to do, I think that there is a process. It's in place and it does work, and I have no qualms that the time will be there to do. I don't think anybody's going to be running out of time. Councillor Haggerty, you had investigate other areas in Middle Grange should be suitable or appropriate for retail. Councillor Chitty, are you happy to have that in there?
If he qualifies it with a time frame, I'd hate to see council spending time looking for other retail places while we've got possibly a
perfect one in the town centre
that's happening. So
I'll give him 6 months.
In 6 months' time. Oh yeah, yeah. Not as in you start now. You start in 6 months.
Yeah. All right.
I have a question about that.
Yes, Councillor Rhodes.
Would that in any way delay us getting the facts back out there to the community? I'm more concerned about the facts going out to the community about what is actually being proposed. So investigating for 6 months. After, if no application is lodged.
Yep. Okay, I think we're all clear. I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour? Oh, you want to speak to it? All right, hands down then. Go ahead. We've had the speaker to... Do you wish to speak to your motion, Councillor Chitty?
I mean, I'll be really brief. I think it's self-explanatory there. I mean, yes, we've been flooded with phone calls from all sides in relation to this. And I think the biggest point that hasn't come out and didn't come out was the amount of density that could be achieved on the site at the moment. Hence, a report that's well informed that actually shows what can be achieved now, what can be achieved based on that document that's provided, and then also another assumption of what can be achieved based on the DCP roads, which realigns some boundaries and gives us a better road network in there. Everybody that I spoke to said, yes, we would like to see a town centre, but everybody also said we don't want to go crazy in this area. Obviously, the things that do come up are crime, everything else. The new shopping centre across the road from Cow Pasture Road, where they're saying we'd rather be serviced there than have an overdevelopment of this side, and you can take that on board and share their concerns. But I think it's important that the right information is presented to Council for Council to make an informed decision on which way it wants to go forward. Again, one of the biggest things was Council has approved 176 units. Yes, there are some people that are clear and have heard what Council has been saying in relation to can go up to 400. But we've also got figures out there that are 600. We don't know, when it comes to the amount of dwellings, whether it's Arthur or Martha in relation to this. And I know that it is assumptions, and I take on board your 85 square metres in relation to the mix, and that's how you work out some numbers. We need to present something clear to the community, not just in relation to retail, commercial, residential, but also with all these three proposals, what is that built form outcome? What roads are going to be upgraded in relation to A, into B and to C? Are the state roads going to be contributed to from the developer if any of these are happening? What parks are you getting under A, B or C? I think everything needs to be put on the table, and Council then can, with all the information in front of it, with the community and with the proponent, who has to invest there as well, can make an informed decision and say, yes, this is the best. We want to see a town centre. I want to see a town centre. We've been talking about a town centre for as long as I've been on council, and I think if we just keep saying no or yes to, or no to everything, but yes quickly, I think we'll have the wrong outcome. Give us the right information. Let's try to make an informed decision, and let's finally get a town centre in Middleton Grange.
Thank you. Any opposition? Anybody wish to speak against the motion? Another speaker for, Councillor
I'll speak for it. Thank you. Just in regards to Councillor Chitty's comments, we haven't said no to everything. We've said yes to the current zoning. The current zoning allows a town centre, and as we've heard, it allows plenty of flexibility in terms of apartments. So we've said yes to a town centre, we've said yes to apartments. I take issue with the previous discussion about build forms and heights and how many. We've never had this discussion in my 3 years on council before. And the reason for that is it's not council and councillors' job to decide how much you can or can fit and what the assumptions are. That's the developer's job. Put in the application and get on with the town centre. It's zoned for it. Let's get on with it. The people want it. As Councillor Chitty said, no one's against the town centre. Everybody wants a town centre. Stop holding the community for ransom and let's get our town centre.
Can I just speak to that comment?
You wish to speak for the motion, Councillor?
Well, I am speaking for the motion.
Okay, we'll speak for the motion.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
well, I would like... one of the difficulties that we have got with the community is that because they've been given so much information, it's made them feel rather distrustful of anything. And if we know the maximum number of dwellings that can go into an area, at least they know the facts. And that's what hasn't been provided to them before. And even now, we've got a question mark. Is it 400? Is it 600? I don't know. But we need to know those facts. So I am totally in agreement with the motion as put, and I look forward to the facts being presented to the residents in Middleton Grange.
Thank you. Councillors, the CEO wishes to make a comment.
Councillor, just to stress, and for the purposes of clarification for the community as well, at this point in time, my staff are only able to provide assumptions because we have not been provided a planning proposal. So we are working with the best information we have, but it is limited information. Until we have that planning proposal in front of us, we can't give you more reasoned assumptions. And even then, until we get the DA in front of us, we would not be able to give you a final figure. Just for clarification.
Thank you.
Do you want to
Any
close
other
off?
speakers for the motion?
I'll close it off if you want, Mayor, to make it.
Do you wish to write a reply, councillor?
Yeah, I do on a few points. Firstly, can we just make contact with the proponent who's actually... Yeah, there's some representatives are here today. Obviously, they've just heard the debate and heard what council wants, so I'd be very surprised if in the next hour or two you don't receive something from them saying, when can we meet and here's some information. So I think I'm quite comfortable with the fact that council's going to open the door to that. In relation to closing off debate, yes, it is our job. Sorry, councillor, I'd have to disagree with you on one thing. It is our job to determine heights and FSR. That's what the state government has left us with when it comes to planning proposals. We can't determine DAs anymore. I totally accept that. But if a planning proposal is before council, it's council's job to say yes or no to a height, to an FSR, to open space. Now, in order to... Yeah, and that's fine. In order to ensure that we make the right decision in relation to this, all we're asking for is this information. I was hoping to get it to the August meeting so this thing doesn't drag out forever, but unfortunately I was advised, yeah, and I did change that some staff will be away, unfortunately, that will look after that. So I've pushed it back to September. But hopefully we can get this in September, we can move on. Everybody, hopefully after September, will know in rough terms or in as good as we can terms what's going to happen there, and the community then can provide their feedback and we can get this thing over and done with.
Thank you. The debate's closed. I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried unanimously.
Is that unanimous?
And we're going to have a 10-minute break.
Just before you, Mayor, if you may, before you have a break, can I discuss something, then possibly move a procedural motion? And what I do want to ask, I know that Council's Code of Meeting Practice does not allow for a video recording to stay pretty much until the council meeting is finished, so it disappears. Speaking to residents over the phone in relation to this, one of the biggest concerns was who's doing what, how's it doing, misinformation and whatnot. Is it possible for me to move a motion which makes public for, let's say, 28 days, the part of the meeting that we just had, so that anybody that wants to jump online from Middleton Grange who wasn't able to be here tonight can click on and actually get the facts for themselves instead of relying on assumptions. Thank you.
I'll just seek the legality of that, councillor, just to make sure.
No. I believe that it's in order.
You okay,
I'm happy to report there are 71 people watching at the moment.
71, wow, that's a record. That's a record. Okay, well,
Mayor, I'll
with a
move the motion.
seconder, that this particular proportion of the meeting be...
I'll second.
Seconded by councillor Haggerty, be on the system for 28 days for the information of residents in that particular area of Middleton Grange. I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, carried, and we will now have a 10-minute break. Thank you. The first item on the agenda is EGRO 01 on page 52.
Hello.
You have a recommendation before you, councillors? Councillors?
I'll move, Madam Mayor.
Page 52, we have a recommendation.
Yeah, I'll
thank
move
you,
the
Councillor
motion.
Ayard. I appreciate that. Someone was listening. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Sheldon. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 57. Got somebody.
I'll second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sheldon. Thank you, Councillor Ayard. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. The next item's on page 60.
Move that way, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Thank you, Councillor Haggerty. Any opposition?
No, Mayor, but in there, I just want to congratulate whoever came up with the fact and the name of Tony Avenue. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to tack something on to the end of this one, if I don't mind. The original request for the street name, the daughter contacted me and asked if we could do it.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the Geographic Names Board, in their wisdom, decided that wasn't the case. But I wouldn't mind putting up a point 3 there that says, Council investigates the potential to name an adjacent RE1 or similarly zoned section of land Antonia Messina Park/Reserve. So I'm not saying there's a chunk of RE1, I think, on that lot or adjacent to that lot, which that family owned. And what I'm asking for here is that we investigate. Is it possible? Is there potential? Is there already dibs on what we're going to call it? And would that be an appropriate name for the reserve? So
Well, you're asking for an investigation and a report.
and as part of that investigation, could we also, get a submission from the daughter? So
Okay.
she's happy to contribute to that.
Councillor Rhodes, as a mover, are you happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy with that, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 71.
I have a motion.
What is your motion, councillor?
I'm hoping it will appear. Oh, he's going to give the game away on the other ones. Don't look.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Here we go. This is it? Okay. This is council supports in principle mixed-use development on subject site, defers consideration of this planning proposal until A, the local strategic planning statement is finalised and adopted by council, B, a precinct-wide structure plan specifying potential built form and land use outcomes, don't do that, each street block and has completed for Warwick Farm area identified by the investigation in the LSPS. That's moved by Councillor Haggerty. Have you got a seconder, Councillor? Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. You wish to talk to your motion, Councillor?
I will put up an amendment at some time,
All right,
or a foreshadow, whatever.
Just
Yeah,
hold your horses.
Essentially, the idea behind this is we don't yet know what the capacity for this precinct is in terms of how much residential we can put there. My understanding is that study is currently underway. Because we don't know how much residential is, we can fit into that precinct. Then we're effectively giving this development, first dibs, so to speak, and potentially they could take up a disproportionate amount of that capacity once we find it out. For example, we're giving them 500 apartments. We might go away, do our study, come back, and the potential is for 1,500 apartments in that entire precinct. We're effectively giving that development a third of the, in my example, a third of the capacity for that entire precinct. In my mind, I think that's unfair to the existing residents of Warwick Farm who have gone with us on this journey for well over a decade. They've worked there, they've lived there, and they've been told, hold on guys, we're doing all this strategic planning, we're doing these studies, we're doing these consultations. So I only think it's fair that every landowner in that precinct waits until we do the necessary strategic planning. We master plan the area, work out what the capacity is for resi, for commercial, for retail, and then we go from there.
Thank you. Councillor Rhodes, what is your amendment?
Can it come up on the screen? George, I can read it out.
Yes, please.
Because it's a bit long, but what I think is that the motion should be, notes the advice provided by the Liverpool Local Planning Panel. 2, delegates the CEO to provide a report back to council by, I said August, but I'm willing to take any sort of information about that, meeting 2019. That includes the possible number of dwellings that would be permitted in the remaining Warwick Farm precinct, presuming the LEP is revised to rezone the Warwick Farm racing precinct to B4, mixed business, with presuming all government departments and agencies agree to the change in zoning currently being considered by council. 3, endorses in principle the planning proposal for 240 Governor Macquarie Drive, Warwick Farm, subject to the provision of council report to be provided back to the August council meeting, to be advised, and possible need for the proponent to submit a modified proposal that takes into consideration the report from council in which the number of dwellings permissible is proportionate to the area of the development site and the total number of dwellings that would be possible in the remaining Warwick Farm Racing Precinct area. If the LEP is revised, to include B4 in that remaining area, and if the rezoning of the remaining area was subsequently approved by Gateway. And 4, notes the current VPA offer from the proponent and that a new VPA would need to be negotiated should the council report identify the need for a revised submission from the proponent. The reason...
Hold on, stop. I'm going to deal with that as a foreshadowed motion.
Okay.
So just hold your horses on that one. Okay, then, Councillor Haggerty, you have the motion. You wish to speak to your motion? Oh, you did.
I
You already
did.
spoke.
I can
Sorry.
repeat what I said. I'm always happy to talk.
You don't get 2 bites. Okay, any opposition to the motion?
Mayor, can they both be sort of tried to be, because they're almost, sorry, and I'm not going to go against your ruling, but are they almost at the same thing? But
There's different elements of work in it, and there's different. There are enough differences for it to be a separate motion, Councillor. Combining them, I think, would
no
be...
worries.
Okay, so
questions?
Yes, questions. Go ahead.
2 things. A couple of years ago, I remember moving something in relation to this, saying, bring back that report before we deal with this proposal. Did that happen, or did I miss it? February, okay, there you go. February 2017, I asked for almost what both motions are saying. Did that ever come back to council?
That's the work that we're currently doing through the LSPS review. And just to flag, some of the things that are asked for in Councillor Rhodes' resolution, we simply could not achieve by August 2019. Simply the conversation with the RMS alone is, you know, I can see that being a challenging time frame to begin with. Not that it can't be done, and in fact that's the work that councillors have directed us to do through the direction to investigate a mixed-use zoning. So we will at some stage be able to bring that to you, but we can't currently at this point in time. We've had that planning proposal from Masters sitting on the books for quite a period of time now.
So it's still coming, Councillor?
Yeah, sorry, with all respect, surprised that it takes, you know, I think it was...
That long?
Pretty simple, was, you know, under this, what could be achieved with this, using this word assumptions now is going to play in nearly everything, based on some assumptions, what could be achieved over the whole area of Warwick Farm, come back with a report, how does that fit in with this? And that was two and a bit years ago. So just on that, I suppose the next question, take that as a comment, is currently the plans aren't endorsed, these local strategic thing and the other one that's going to come. What risk do we run if we say no to a proposal now and then the overarching departments say no resi, no mixed use in this area, we want to see this, you've got no say in it? I mean, I'm just a little bit concerned. I want to see everybody achieve something in this area, and obviously the community that's been with us on this journey for a long time, but I don't want to see us shoot ourselves in the foot where they turn around and say no to everyone.
The department considers each planning proposal on its own merit and as it comes in. But as you've identified, Councillor, yes, there has been some discussions at the state level around what they believe should be in this area. Council has already started making the case to the Greater Sydney Commission, representing Council's objectives to see a different type of zoning in that area other than that proposed in the current collaboration area.
Because obviously those documents currently hold, very little weight. If they're endorsed, they hold a lot of weight, and then we're absolutely putting it nicely stuffed then, aren't we?
Well, our local strategic planning statement, once it is adopted by Council, still needs to go essentially for what's a gateway review. At that point in time, should the Greater Sydney Commission and the Department of Planning be satisfied that they're able to accommodate this type of zoning and in the investigation, then the collaboration area document would be amended to reflect that. So the two documents need to have consistency with each other. So if the GSC is satisfied with the proposals, the proposal for identification of mixed-use zoning in this area, then the collaboration area document would further be amended. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yep. Well, both, and I take your point, Mayor, that they're different motions, but experience in this council has shown when there's a couple of almost different same motions, against four, and then we end up with no motion at the end of it. Is there a possibility anyway that both people can agree to something? And I don't want to be telling people what to do, but experience shows in cases like this one, falls and against, then falls and against, then falls and against, we end up with nothing on the floor of council. And to add to that point, will both people take into account in relation to VPA the removal of that provision for council to negotiate a dedication of that 5% affordable housing to council?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Councillor Chitty's asking whether the mover of the foreshadowed motion, which shouldn't be being heard or talked about at this point, and the motion get together and combine the elements of both to make it one motion.
Councillor, in relation to any elements which you might direct me to go and negotiate for the VPA, we would have to come back to you on that matter again. So it becomes null and void if these motions, either of them, get up. Then what we've proposed in terms of potential negotiations for the VPA, we have to return to you on that matter.
Yeah, I thank you for that, and I made it clear in the briefing session and before anyone had spoken about it, that I don't think council should be negotiating down that track. And if we as a council tend to agree with that, don't waste it just saves you wasting your time on that, because it's something that I don't believe in. Yes, I believe in the affordable housing, the 5%, no dramas, but then for it to be handed over to council, I totally will just not agree with that.
Madam,
yes, Councillor Ayad.
Can I move a foreshadowed again?
Another one, yes.
Yes. So I want to go with the recommendation that's in the book.
Okay.
But I want to also include the 50-metre height. The speaker mentioned that they need the 50-metre height to do the commercial and retail. So for it to be done properly, I mean, it's already 45 metres in the book. What's another 5 metres? And then just with point 4, providing a retail commercial, provision of 5% of the dwelling yield as affordable housing. And then here in the red, they had in accordance with the preliminary VPA offer. I need a bit of clarification on that. Would someone be able to clarify that for me? So how does this, if we go in accordance with the preliminary VPA offer, how does that change what is before us in our agenda? Because here it says to be managed as affordable renting housing by a community housing provider. And then it has in brackets to be dedicated to council. So that confused me a little when it said dedicated to council.
Not a problem. I'm happy to clarify that, Councillor. So the proponent has proposed 5% affordable housing as part of their mix in the housing development. Nobody is in disagreement about that, neither council nor the proponent. They've come to us with that and we think that is acceptable. Some councils propose that some percentage of affordable housing is dedicated to council to manage in conjunction with a community housing provider, so council receives X number of apartments as part of their development. We put that in because some councils choose to do it. As some councillors have expressed, they don't feel that that's something they want to do, but it's for you to determine whether you want to do that or not. Yep.
if we did go in accordance with the preliminary VPA offer, what does that mean?
That's the 5% that they propose themselves. Yeah.
Okay, so really it's the same thing, just with different wording.
Well, you may, yes, it is. In Councillor Hachiti's proposal, you would strike through to be dedicated by council. So what you would be directing me to go and negotiate is 5% affordable housing. Okay. Now, the proponent has proposed that. We think that's acceptable, so it's not a terribly complex negotiation.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So for my foreshadowed, I'll go with the recommendation in the book, with the adjustment of the 50 metres and with the adjustment of in accordance with the preliminary VPA offer.
Yeah, and strike through. Do you wish to strike through to be dedicated to council?
I think so. Because really, doesn't council, council won't be managing it. It'll be a community housing provider. Is that correct?
That's correct. But council, if it was dedicated to council, council would own the asset. But we would get a community housing provider to manage it for us. Otherwise, it's 5% affordable housing, which is owned by the developer, or they may choose to on-sell it to a community housing provider.
So dedicated to council, that means it becomes council property. Any income that comes from those properties is council's income.
That's correct, and that's why it's been an attractive element of VPAs for many councils. We've never done it before, and it really is a matter for council to determine whether you wish to do that or not. It's not for me to determine. You need to make that decision.
Okay.
So you unstriking to be...
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can I just reread those 2 points?
Sure.
Well, while we're waiting, I'll just deal with the motion we have on the floor, which is moved by Councillor Haggerty and Councillor Carney. Any other speakers for or against?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes,
I've got a question there. On page 72, it says the provision of 5% of the affordable housing dwellings, right? On page 79, saying considering the existing economic disadvantage of the localities, an uplift to attend achieved by applicant, council will consider that a minimum of 10% of affordable housing. So if that's the opinion of council, why don't we put the provision there as 10%, Madam Mayor, not 5%?
Mr Moore wants to comment on that.
The quote that you're reading on page 79 is the quote from the external expert planning consultant that assessed this proposal. That was merely their suggestion that council might prefer to negotiate for a higher percentage of affordable housing, believing that there's a case to do that. But on our assessment and on balance, we're comfortable with it 5%. I guess the suggestion of it being dedicated to council was some way of kind of striking a balance there a bit too between 5 and 10%.
Well, again, if the recommendation comes at 10% and will assist the residents disadvantaged, well, why don't we push for 10, not 5?
It's entirely for you to determine, councillors.
Well, I'd like to move, Madam Mayor, then to put where the provision of 5%, 10%.
So
and that would work to the advantage of the community.
You're amending Councillor Ayad's foreshadowed motion to 10%, yeah?
Councillor Ayad, if you don't mind adding that.
Are you happy to change it to 10%, Councillor Ayad, or 5%?
Okay, so Councillor Balut wants to increase the yield of affordable housing.
Yep. To 10% from 5. Councillor Balut can move a foreshadowed.
Look, I think I'm going to leave it at 5% because according to the recommendation in the book, explains that a VPA has already been agreed to. Is that correct?
No, councillor. I can't enter into a VPA. Only council can. What we're seeking is direction from you for the terms of negotiation. Now, noting you can negotiate and not get everything you ask for. I just want to make that really clear, councillors. In relation to the 5% affordable housing, I feel relatively comfortable in that space because they proposed it to us as well. But the other items are a matter for negotiation. Once that negotiation occurs, we will bring it back to you to make the final decision. Okay. It's council's decision.
Look, I'm not going to take that on board, Councillor Balut, because my concern is if they have suggested this and there's a preliminary VPA, which is very enticing for council, that might affect it. That's my only concern with that. So, sorry, I'm going to stick to the 5%, and
Okay.
I think we take away to be dedicated to
Thank
council.
you.
Madam Mayor,
Councillor
can I
Ballou,
clarify
did
something?
hold on a moment. Councillor Blue, did you want to put up?
Yeah, just a further question. Would Councillor Haggerty or anyone would support that? Because I will support him.
I think Councillor Rhodes and I are trying to come to some form of consensus. So, yeah, we're not worried about you.
Isn't that a point of order, Madam Mayor?
Withdrawn.
I'm happy to consider a point of order, Councillor Ayard. What is it?
I've withdrawn. I
Okay.
wasn't kind to Councillor Ballou.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I just clarify something about the foreshadowed motion?
Which one?
Councillor Ayad's foreshadowed
Yep.
motion. Was that...
It's the one in the book with an extra 6 about the height being 50 metres, not 45.
Yeah, I was just clarifying whether the section about to be dedicated to council was also struck out or whether that
Yeah.
remained.
Yeah, I think I'd have it struck out. Yep.
So
So
the
then
council
that
doesn't
means...
get the income and
So-
doesn't own the property.
Sorry, clarify.
If you strike out council, council doesn't own the property and doesn't get the income.
Okay, then who owns the property if I strike it out?
They do.
The developers do, but the requirement, there's quite clear
Okay.
requirements around affordable housing. It has to remain affordable housing for a
10 years.
decade, and generally, and really this is absolute, generally almost everyone does this. What you do is you go to one of the community housing providers like Evolve or St George or something, and they would manage it for that. The reason why sometimes it's attractive for councils to hold the property, and I'm certainly not trying to persuade you either way, I suspect it would be hard for me to negotiate this, even if you directed it to me to do it, is that we can hold it for affordable housing for as long as we choose to. The 10-year limit is for you to determine, not one that the developer gets to determine.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have it striked out, please.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, councillor?
Through the council previously had a policy, and in relation to this affordable housing and dedication, and I'm not sure if it's still live, where residential units by the water then contributed 10,000 or 20,000, other residential units contributed 5,000 for a VPA as a starting point. Was that then ruled pretty much not?
No, we brought back. I'm sorry, councillors. I'm just going to look. Mr. Mawson, Mr. Smith. The VPA policy has financial quantums depending on the type of apartment. I thought we amended that in the recent updated policy. Could you please speak to that?
So, yes, through the CEO, the VPA policy...
I did shush too. That's okay. Go on, Mr. Smith.
The VPA policy was amended earlier this year to remove the reference to the monetary contribution of, I think it was a certain amount per apartment in the city and on waterfront land, and that way it's up to council then to determine what it thinks is appropriate and commence negotiations accordingly.
Just on the dedication to council, I don't think it's a bad idea, but I think it's important that if we are going to go down that track, if we are able to stipulate it in a policy so it's clear to everyone that this is what is going to happen.
I'm more than happy to bring a policy for council.
But I don't accept the fact that, okay, we've just picked this one here to say, yes, we want that. But if it comes through as a policy where that happens, happy to support it any day of the week.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, councillor. Hold
Sorry.
on, councillor.
Sorry, I just need to seek clarification again. So here where it says provision of 5% of the dwelling yield of affordable housing in accordance with the preliminary VPA offer. So if we take out to be dedicated to council,
Yes.
and then it's managed by a community housing organisation,
Yes.
where does the income go? Does that mean it
Goes to the actual provider, but
Okay.
they will charge fees and management fees and handling fees and so many fees, and there'd be an agreement between the owner and them. No, we've
This is
been
if it's
struck out. So the owner would receive a proportion of income from the units.
Okay, so the owner would receive an income and the money would go to the community housing organisation, and are they usually run by the state?
No,
Is that
they're
correct?
not-for-profit organisations.
Not-for-profit.
And they administer housing like Department of Housing does in communities, and they're responsible for the maintenance and everything else that goes with that facility.
Okay. Well, in light of that information and where the money goes, I would prefer it to keep that in, to be dedicated to council. Thank you. Sorry about that, Madam Mayor.
That's okay. That's okay.
Sorry, can we just clear that up? Because with all respect to my fellow councillor, I don't think it's been explained correctly in relation to what happens. And please jump in anytime, anyone, if I get this wrong. If you pull it out, the units will still be owned by, let's call it the developer at the moment, because that's the person that will own it.
Yep.
They will use an affordable housing person, similar to anyone that has an investment property that uses an agent.
That's right.
Yep. If the rent on the market currently is 500, that affordable housing provider needs to provide that, just for round figures' sake, at 450, because it's a reduced rental.
That's right. Yes.
The rental provider then takes their commission, could be 5%, 10%, and the rest of the money goes to the developer.
That's right.
Not to a community, not to local schools, not to anything else.
That's right.
So in round figures, what you're saying here is if it's 450 rent and they charge 10% as a managing fee for round figure's sake, the developer will then get 400. If you leave it in there, that 400 will then go to council.
That's right. Yeah, so that's what I explained, Councillor.
All right, I'll speak against that motion, Mayor.
That's fine. You can speak when we get there. We're not there yet. We've got Councillor Haggerty and Councillor... Oh, wait a minute. We've got two hands up.
I'll let them ask their question.
Councillor Hadid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, it seems to me you're going around the bush, and I got lost in the bush.
I can give you a mower.
We have a recommendation, some amendment to the recommendation by Councillor Ayed, foreshadowed by Councillor Haggerty, another foreshadowed by Councillor Rhodes, and some amendment by Councillor...
Now, Councillor Ballood hasn't done anything yet.
Let's give time for Councillor Haggerty and Councillor Rhodes to come up
with
one, and Councillor Ayed with the recommendation, and put both of them to choose one of them.
Thank you.
I have exciting news.
Councillor. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold that thought, because Councillor Hull had his button on before you, Councillor Haggerty. Yes, Councillor Hull.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My main concern, being confused with the motions that are put up so far, I think we've lost the plot in terms of what the community is after. And the Warwick Farm community has been to several meetings as to what they want in the area, what they want to see in the area. I'm concerned that none of these motions actually address those issues, right? And the main issue is that we're going to look at the development on the old master site, and there are going to be units on there, and at the same time, we've got to be careful that the rest of the group that we had the LSPS meetings about, that they want to share in the benefits of the rezoning of that area. And I'm concerned that neither of these motions is taking this into account. I hope that we can settle on a motion that will make sure, and I realise your motion, Councillor Rhodes, will make sure that the community has an input. Now, looking at the recommendations, some of the wording is changed that says a range of uses. The residents in that area are concerned that they were under the impression that it would be mixed use, not a range of uses. We need to address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, Councillor Peter Hull, where were you looking in that in the recommendation?
Hold on, Councillor Ayed. Councillor Haggerty, you were going to speak to us.
I have a very exciting announcement to make. There is peace in our time. Councillor Rhodes and Councillor Haggerty have come to agreement on something.
Right.
Ring the bells, ring the church bells. We will take essentially what is Councillor Rhodes's motion, but we will put some realistic time frames around it. Let's go with December 2019.
So you are withdrawing your motion and seconding Councillor Rhodes' motion with an amendment?
Sure.
Okay. So your motion now goes?
Yep.
So Councillor Rhodes' motion comes forward as the motion because you've withdrawn it?
Yep.
So you're not foreshadowed anymore, Councillor Rhodes. You're out of the shadows. So we've got Councillor Rhodes moving, Councillor Haggerty seconding the following.
Sorry, Councillor Hull, can I just and while everyone's reading that, just clarify a point, and I think the Speaker brought it up. And as you all know, I'm not normally the one that jumps in and defends staff on something, but I will on this one. In relation to the mix of uses, mixed use and everything else, as councillors, we made it clear, both in a briefing session and then in council, that we wanted to see the words mix of uses, not mixed use, because we didn't want to lock it down to a B4 zone, an R1 zone, an R3 zone. But staff understood when we talked mix of uses, we wanted to see the resi, the B4 sort of style type. So on this thing, it was us that need to pretty much own the mix of uses, because that's what we agreed to as a council.
Can I ask what difference is it with B4 and mix of uses? Because isn't B4 saying it?
Pretty much.
So therefore, I would like to see B4 in any sort of agreement about the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct.
I think there's an issue. Mr. Moore, would you like to share this with everybody, please?
Through the CEO. My preference is that you do stick to the term mix of uses, because it gives us a bit more flexibility when we're looking at different zoning outcomes that still achieve a mix of use across a reasonably large area with many street blocks, rather than a blanket zoning right across that whole area.
And I think that's the point that the constituents of the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct would prefer B4.
I have a question in regards to the Versailles Treaty here.
Yes.
The point 3 endorses in principle the planning proposal subject to blah, 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 blah. Are we, is it possible to endorse something with conditions attached to it? Or do we have to defer until, like, we can't sort of go, we endorse it based on X, Y, Z happening?
We're endorsing it in principle.
Based on the following conditions?
Based on a report. Can we?
We can do that?
Yep.
Would seem the information I'm receiving, yes.
Yes, exactly. It doesn't it? Yeah. It gives the developer some slight more confidence that this is moving forward and that they can continue their work, but it doesn't send it to Gateway or do anything other than that, really. So yes, you can do it, and it doesn't actually formally commit you to anything.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
If I may, I just have a question. With number 4.2, funding appropriate roadworks, including 2.5 metre wide shared path, does this also in that include the bypass road?
The first point, which is monetary contributions towards the cost of local road improvements, that would be captured there. Yep.
Okay, and can we actually have that written in that point? That it is going to the bypass road, because I think that's really needed.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Councillor, I've just been informed we're unable to do that because things are a bit fluidy at the moment in the sense of where things are going to go. So people understand what's wanted in the area, and there's no issue with that, but we need to have the flexibility in the area.
Okay, I understand that, but I mean, council staff are all on board for the bypass road. Is that correct? And that'll be included. If this motion gets up, it'll be included. Is that right?
Well, what we want to do is make sure we get a bypass road right, but we need to explore a range of options, because the current one looks like it's going to be quite expensive, so I need to come back to you with a range of proposals.
Okay.
So I think you could put monetary contributions towards the cost of local road improvements, including bypass.
Please,
and
I would
don't
like
be
that
prescriptive about it, because that gives you that certainty. And if I can just reassure you, Councillor, that once we've gone for the VPA negotiations, it all needs to come back to you again to approve it or not.
Yeah, I would like that included, please.
Okay.
Including bypass.
That's duly noted in your motion, Councillor.
Thank you.
Now, Councillor Rhodes, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, look, I'm very sympathetic to the Warwick Farm Precinct, and I am also aware that we as councillors have got no guarantee, even if we change the LEP, even if we say that we want B4 in that particular area with all of Councillor Ayard's amendments to be addressed, we've got no guarantee that Gateway is going to approve that. So that is the basic reason why we would like to have this particular DA, which is on the books here tonight, or not DA, but proposal, that it gets considered in relation to the possibility of the total density of the Warwick Farm precinct, racing precinct, if all the government departments came to an agreement that, yes, they support this, we're going to put in the roads, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. If we have a basic idea of the number of dwellings that is going to cover, then we would suggest that it would be only fair that, according to the area of this particular development, that they have a proportionate number of those overall dwellings that we know will be limited in the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct. That is a fair way of looking at it. And the other reason why I think that we should not do this in conjunction with the rest of the Warwick Farm Precinct is because that's going to take us 3 years to get to an end result for that Warwick Farm Precincts, from the advice of the planning staff. This particular DA has been before us, I don't know how many times, but it was well before I came here to council. And you've got to consider that it is a good development for that corner site. We do want that to go ahead. And when we consider it this way, yes, there's going to be a delay until council can provide us back with the necessary information so that we are satisfied that this particular submission is getting a proportion of the overall development that will be allowed in that Warwick Farm precinct. And that is the reason why we feel that it is best treated on its own merits, but in conjunction and with that information, rather than putting it into the Warwick Farm precinct, which is only delaying and possibly meaning that we don't get that development on that corner site for this particular submission. So I hope that makes sense to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any opposition?
Madam Mayor.
Yes,
if I may,
Councillor.
I have to disagree with that because the recommendation in the book actually gets the ball rolling, and this has been before council for a very long time. The people of Warwick Farm deserve better. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's go with the recommendation in the book. Help the people of Warwick Farm, improve Liverpool, beautify Liverpool. It's become a beautiful precinct there with Inglis. Let's finish it off.
Thank you. We've got a speaker for, speaker against. Okay, any other speakers?
Madam Mayor, can I move that the recommendation be put in the book?
Yes, certainly. I'll put it. Those in favour of the recommendation being put? Against?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. I'm a little bit confused. What are we voting on?
We're voting on the initial the motion as moved by Councillor Rhodes and seconded by Councillor Haggerty, which is a combination of their efforts.
Okay, can we have that before us?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so have we got 3 motions or 2 motions?
No, we only have 2 now.
Okay.
So we have this motion and then yours, which is foreshadowed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. We're going to put in a second. People just had a bit of reading time. Yeah, Councillor Haggerty and Councillor Rhodes have moved together. Okay, I think that's enough. I'm conscious of the clock and this is a very big agenda tonight. So those, and this has to be for the typists, those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Yep, that's what it is. Okay, those against, declare the meeting carried. The motion carried, and Councillor Ayard's motion falls off the agenda. Next item's on page 94.
Move that way, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Didd. Thank you, Councillor Chitty. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour. Those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 100.
I'll move that way.
Second it.
Councillor Caliander and Councillor Rhodes. Any opposition?
Just in relation, sorry, this shopping trolley thing, when are we doing that again?
Hold on.
What?
We're on the conference.
Councillor,
And sorry, in the conference thing, for those
Oh.
that have read their report,
Yep.
talks about trolleys. Sorry, Mayor, with all
That's all
respect.
right.
Exactly. Councillor, the intent is that we don't advertise the fact that we're...
Okay. All right, so any opposition? I'm going to put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's page 130.
All motions?
Yeah.
Motions?
Sorry?
I'll move.
Seconded, thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm just slowly getting there. Sorry, guys. Okay, Councillor Shelton's moving. Seconded.
Yeah, I'll second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page...
I'll move that way, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, was that Commo 2 that they just moved and seconded?
Yes.
No, Commo 1.
Oh, okay, thanks.
No, it was Commo 2. We did local government and then we did the annual report.
Okay, so with Commo 2...
Which is dealt with. We're now on page 134. We're now on grants, donations and corporate sponsorship.
That's
Commo
Commo
1.
1. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Page 134. Councillor Caliander moving. We've got a seconder.
Yeah, that was me.
Thank you. Thank you, me. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page
I'll
143.
move that, Madam Mayor, with the endorsement of option 1. Now, I just want to seek clarification. In the options, it said 25-metre indoor/outdoor lap swimming pool. So is it an indoor or outdoor, or the decision hasn't been made?
Ms Sangiuliano, are you able to speak to that in option 1?
Sorry. Through the chair, the 25-metre pool is meant to be a lap pool that's going to be heated. It will be in an indoor pool, is my understanding. But we will explore it through the master plan exercise.
Okay, and is it possible to include in there that we have an outdoor pool also, or it's not possible? I mean, is there space for it there? To have two pools, basically.
Through the chair, through the master plan exercise, we're going to look at the feasibility of the land and what we can fit on the land. Option 1 is a little bit tighter than option 2 in terms of that provision, but we can explore it through that.
Okay, option 1, and can we change that to a 50-metre indoor lap swimming pool, please?
We can certainly...
to be explored.
To be explored, yeah,
Yeah,
that's right,
sorry,
because
that's
we
what I
need
meant,
we need to do the detailed design work. This
Yeah.
is indicative at this point in time in regards to what we can actually get on the land, but I'm more than happy to include that as part of the considerations.
Could I ask a question then, possibly second? What's the time frame around this master planning process, please? No, and I know, sorry if I'm being pushy here, I'm going to put a time frame on it, so I'd rather one come from you that is achievable, that goes out there, does the consultation with the community, comes back to council, and we actually see a plan, noting that September next year you will have a different bunch of people, and yep. How long is it going to take to bring some firm plans to council that says this is what stage 2 at Carnes Hill is going to look like?
Considering I feel we've done the initial stage of consultation fairly adequately, so we could go straight into master planning process, you're probably looking at around a 6-month process, Councillor.
If the mover agrees, I'm then happy to second it with the provisions of a 50-metre pool through a master planning process to be reported back to council in July. No, that's then 8 months. Let's go with the 5-month option, which is December. Because we don't have a January meeting? No? All right, the first council meeting in February.
I will do my utmost.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Happy with that?
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So the mover is Councillor
I have
Ayard and the seconder is Councillor Hachidi.
I have a question.
Yes, hold on, Councillor Rhodes. I'm just clarifying this, that the master planning for that option 1 be back to council in February 2020. Yes, Councillor Rhodes.
So That was December 2020.
No, February 20.
February 2020.
Yeah.
Can council give me some idea as to when, if this gets passed tonight, when the developments would be used by the constituents? How long is it going to take to build? Yeah.
I'm not sure what we're building yet, to be honest, councillor, so it's a bit hard to answer that question. In the briefing, one of the things that, firstly, we would need to look at an income source, and we're going to discuss innovative income sources in the August council meeting, as you know, we flagged that with you. Secondly, I think this is the type of development that you would possibly do as staggered works. One of the things we did discuss in the briefing is that one of the areas that the community have been particularly concerned about is the provision of parking. We may be able to bring in, once the master plan is done, bring in the parking first and then bring in the works as staged work. So I honestly can't give you a time frame till we've done that master plan, but I'm more than happy to work with Mr Otara and see if we can look at it as staged work so we can get in sooner rather than later for delivery of some of the elements.
Well, considering that particular answer and that it's going to be staged, I would like to do a foreshadow motion for option 2, with the change to a 50-metre indoor-outdoor lap swimming pool, and taking out the word aquatic facilities, but just leaving potential future expansion of facilities, because that leaves it more open for council to adjust the design of what the community actually needs, and it gives it a greater option. We may still choose to do the 2 multi-use sporting fields and 2 multi-use outdoor basketball courts, but it just leaves us that option to consult with the community once again and find out exactly what they would like there at that particular time in a stage production.
Thank you, councillor. I'm taking that as a foreshadowed motion. Have you got a seconder for your motion? Councillor Hall, thank you. Yes, councillor did. You. Yeah. Yeah. Wendon. Yeah. Yeah. They've got to be of a certain configuration and not have a swim out. And the Liverpool one meets the requirements for competition, but Wendon doesn't. So, I mean, it'd be common sense. Anything built in the future should meet competition standards. Yeah. So we have an option 1 as proposed by Councillor Ayad and seconded by Councillor Chitty, which includes master planning and the plan be back by February 2020, and the indoor heated pool be explored as an option and 50 metres, and Councillor Rhodes and seconded by Councillor Hart as option 2. So I'm going to put Councillor Ayad and Councillor Chitty's first.
Can I speak?
Can I?
Sure, you
I
can
have a
speak.
question.
If
Sorry,
you
I just
wish
want to
to
seek
speak.
clarification on the foreshadowed. Would it be a 25-metre indoor-outdoor, or would you like the option of a 50-metre to be explored?
Yes, I'm willing to accept that. I said the 50 metre.
So 50-metre to be explored. And would it be indoor or outdoor?
That would be...
Isn't this the point of a master plan?
Yeah,
Work that out.
let's wait for the master plan to determine that.
Yes and no. I mean, councillors can give that direct. You know, the more clarity we have around what you're seeking, the easier it is to do the master planning process. But certainly, we can look at both options. That's not a problem. Yeah.
I would suggest to you indoor, councillors, because it's weatherproofed and you can get more usage out of it.
It's also on that note. Yeah. Also on that note, just for safety standards for young children, for adults and children that are on certain medications that can't be in the sun for prolonged times, they won't be able to use that facility. So I think indoor is the way to go.
Mayor, I'll quickly speak for the motion if I can.
Yes, go ahead,
Option 1,
Councillor Chitty.
not 2 with the 50 metre. We can draw our minds back. This is a master plan and it will be staged. What I don't want to see is, and you can see on page 153, there's some rough outlines, whatnot, of what can be achieved, where it can be achieved, and yes, we need to go out to the community. If we're going to go through the process of a master plan, why not master plan the whole site instead of part of the site? And then, you know, you then end up with something that may not work or may work, and then in the future you're going through this process again. it's important for this council, I don't think we've got many of them at the moment, is projects that are ready to go. So we may not be able to deliver everything. We may not be able to deliver a 50-metre pool for another 30 years, but the project is there. And I draw everyone's mind back to Fairfield, where everybody was having a bit of a smile about when the mayor there put up the master plan for the showgrounds and said, how much money is needed, you're dreaming. Got the plan ready, it sat there, guess what? Funds came and Fairfield Showgrounds are now getting upgraded because there were some grants there. Let's not do half a job in master planning. Let's do a full master plan on the site. Lay out in whatever terms that it is going to be staged. We don't know which part we can deliver first, but have the plan there, shovel ready, get grants, get what it is we need. Let's not do half a job.
Mayor, if I could just add to that.
No, hold on. Have any opposition to this motion? Anybody wish to speak it and opposing it? No. Councillor Ayad gets the second by the cherry.
Can I just point out that there's a mistake in our written notes there, that it is option 2, not option 1.
Yep.
The reason why I feel that it is going to be beneficial for council to do option 2 is because of the length of time that it is going to take from the start of this project to the end of the project. You might have the land left over for the 2 multi-use sporting fields and the outdoor basketball courts. But at such a stage, I would like to see it go back to the community to ensure that we're delivering what they want, because it's going to change in the amount of time that it's going to take to be able to deliver this project. That's all I'm saying. I'm not ruling out it may still be 2 multi-use sporting fields and 2 multi-use outdoor basketball courts, but what I'm saying, the way that option 2 is worded, it gives us that opportunity to readdress it as we move forward, to again consult with the community to find out what they would prefer.
Thank you. I'm going to take that as speaking against option 1. Councillor Ayad, you have the floor for speaking for.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that it really is a state-of-the-art facility, and I'd like to commend the councillors that were actually on the council at the time that was approved, because it is an amazing facility. I frequent there. I go there quite often with my children. It's busy. It's welcoming. It's a meeting hub, it's a social hub, it's become like a coffee meeting place for all the mums from the local schools. And when it's complete, it really will have something for everyone. So I think we need to, this master plan, as Councillor Hachidi said, needs to be a complete master plan. And the place needs to be finished off. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I move that we move to a vote?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I'm going to put the motion as moved by Councillor Rhodes and Councillor Ayad and Councillor Chitty, sorry. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried. The second motion drops off. Thank you. Next item is on page 162.
I'll move that way, Madam Mayor.
I'll second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item is on page 176. Yep.
167.
167 and
67, sorry, I apologise.
While we're on matters financial, can I get an update on the intermodal payment?
Move the motion, Madam Mayor.
Both do it. Okay, so a request has been made of an update on the intermodal.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to advise councillors that we have been formally advised today that the Moorebank Intermodal Board has accepted council's submission for what is essentially considered a fee for service, but it's rateable equivalent income. They've accepted it at 100% rate, so we will be getting the same amount of money as if a commercial business was located on that and we're paying rates. The Commonwealth Government is not required to pay us that money, so every council needs to go into negotiation negotiation to receive it. It's been a very complex process because no government likes to give money to another government, but we have got to the point of receiving the full 100% in perpetuity. I would like to commend my Director City Corporate, Chris White, who has worked strenuously on that, despite on times being, there's been some cynicism that this would amount to anything, and we will be receiving the rateable equivalent fee-for-service income. Part of the negotiation for this also provides for some economic development stimulus to make sure that we capitalise on opportunities in the area, including the airport, and a dedicated $500,000 CapEx spend for the residents of Wattle Grove, Moorebank and Casula who are impacted by the intermodal, and that's an annual CapEx spend. So I think it's an extremely good outcome, and I commend Mr White.
Congratulations. Okay, move it and second it, please.
Mayor, I think it's important that I eat the humble pie that has been given to me by Councillor, Haggerty. In relation to this, yes, I had no faith, that this money was going to, not from staff, that this money was going to be delivered to council. So I'll have some humble pie in a sec because I'm hungry to start with. But congratulate staff on the work, the effort that was put into this. A great outcome, and yes, I'm not disappointed that we got this money. I'm actually over the moon that we did, that we've now got the money for the community, and I get to eat something halfway during a council meeting, so well done to everyone involved.
You up your sugar.
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Calienda. Is there any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried, and congratulations to the staff. And can the minutes show our congratulations to Mr White, but also all the CEO as well, because she has also been involved in these negotiations. All right, the next item's on page 176.
Move that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Calianda. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. The next.
Can I move the committee minutes as a whole?
Seconded it.
Wait a minute. We've got Councillor Wright, speech winner, and congratulates them on their success. Thank you, Councillor Sheldon. Seconded.
Oh, Madam Mayor, can I just tack on to the end of that, that the winners receive sort of like a certificate or something that, or a letter of recommendation that they could potentially use in applications.
We'll make sure it's a very nice letter, whatever they get. So move Councillor Sheldon, seconded Councillor Calianda. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Can you move the minutes as a whole? It is a matter for council. So
yeah, I'll move them as a whole.
Thank you. We have Councillor Rhodes and Councillor Hachidi. I'll put it. Those in favour of the minutes, those against, declare it carried. Which brings us to questions with notice. On page 227 is the next item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question I asked in regards to buses in particularly in new release suburbs. I just want to make the point that my question was obviously not worded clearly enough. The bit about costs per passenger, I wasn't asking how much it cost to ride on the bus. It was more in relation to what is the cost to the taxpayer. My apologies. Because there was a report that, sort of, I think the one that they abandoned in Wetherill Park was costing somewhere in, about $13,000 a trip or some extraordinary amount. So not how much it costs you to get on there, but what is the cost per trip to the taxpayer?
I understand, and I'll provide that information back.
Just on that, if I may, and I'd be very supportive of anything to improve bus services and whatnot, but in the context of council and what we're responsible for, are we really responsible for what the cost of that bus service is to the taxpayer? I'm just trying to get clarification on what council should be spending resources and time on. If you're going to move a motion to lobby for more bus services or whatnot, I'd absolutely be happy to support you. But in our framework or in the Government Act and whatnot, what we should be focusing on, should we really be spending resources on trying to investigate what's costing to the taxpayer? I believe, if I'm correct, if you want to know that information, write to the local member, raise it with that person, and that person should be responsible, not council resources, trying to find out those numbers.
Yes, you can, councillor. Noting I now understand what the actual question is, I would direct my staff to ring Transport for New South Wales and ask them if they were able to provide that answer. I wouldn't direct them to do the investigation themselves. You're right, that would not be use of our time. We would get it from Transport for New South Wales.
Yeah, my understanding is that Transport for New South Wales has the information. It's just getting that information in order to proceed with an informed motion or direct. Is it dollar for value for people in Liverpool? If so, let's continue it. If not, let's pursue other options.
Okay.
I do have a motion, but basically that council notes the report and that council continues to lobby for more bus services and for additional bus routes that service our suburbs and major transport nodes.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to speak to that as well.
Go.
I'll be quick.
Yep.
I note the government has committed to expanding existing bus services recently. It's obviously due to pressure I put on them because of this question with notice.
Excuse me, you may be eating pie soon. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
I do welcome them. It's very rarely that I commend the state government, but I do commend them on expanding the bus services. What they haven't done, however, is expand to new routes, and that's what we do need. Parts like Parkbridge Estate aren't currently serviced. What we need is more routes that service our major traffic nodes, so train stations through all the suburbs. I was speaking to a resident who, people that live in Prestons who can't access Edmondson Park at a reasonable time to get a car park. The on-demand bus service doesn't serve Prestons. And this is also the answer to our commuter car parking prices. Yes, we need more car parking spots, but we also need reasonable, high-quality public transport options to get to the station. So let's get happy to have more bus services, but let's have more bus routes as well.
Okay, moved by Councillor Haggerty and seconded by Councillor Chitty, and no opposition, I would imagine. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 230, also in your name, Councillor.
Yeah, this comes about because I got a number of complaints in, once again, new release areas. They love me out there. Basically, you've got...
Yes, Councillor Ed.
They love him out there, apparently. Who said they hate us? Maybe they love all of us.
I can find if you want.
I think that's enough, councillors.
Yeah.
Councillor Ayard,
I can ask the question.
Your point of order, but I think there was some joking going on here, so continue.
Okay, I will continue. Basically, the issue is you've got a suburb that's developing. You've got people living in a neighbourhood. Next door, they're developing, they're subdividing, developing the rest of the neighbourhood, and you've got very large trucks moving in and out of the neighbourhood. People are awoke and they're not given notification that they're coming. So I would like to move a motion that council request the NHVR and RMS to impose conditions on a permit requiring that transport operators notify nearby residents. So as per I think there was a response there to the question, basically that we ask that residents be notified if a very large truck's going to come through at 3 a.m. in the morning and park next to them.
Okay.
We're just asking.
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Caliander. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 232, and it's also in Councillor Hayne. You've been very busy, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm happy to just note this one.
Okay, move noting.
I would like to talk about this a little bit because it was just North Sydney is the latest LGA that has implemented a no smoking policy, and I would like council to consider whether we should have no smoking in council community halls, council-owned property, similar to what they did in North Sydney.
Council facilities are non-smoking, Councillor Rhodes?
Sorry?
Councillor facilities are non-smoking.
They're all non-smoking at the moment, and council parks and...
Yes, parks and playgrounds, near children's playgrounds.
It's all non-smoking.
Yeah.
Well, we've done it. Congratulations.
We did that in the 90s.
I'm just catching
I happen
up.
to know because I seconded the motion.
Well, what a great motion you seconded,
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor.
Okay, so we're moving the noting of Councillor Haggerty's report and seconder. Somebody seconding the noting? Well, Councillor wanted to move it noted, be noted, so...
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Caliander. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against are carried. Yes, you can, seeing... you're choosing not to note the smoking. Well, the mover asked that it be noted. So the next item is on page 233, and it's also again in...
Oh, look, this one and the next one, yeah, happy to wait for an answer.
Okay, thank you. That makes it easier. Next one is Councillor Ayad.
I'm happy for a response in the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hachidi, you're on page 236.
Report that comes back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, could we, if this is okay, could mine and Councillor Hachidi's be included as one, because it's kind of the same thing.
It looked very similar, yes.
I think I can satisfactorily cover what you're asking for in the September report. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next question with notice from Councillor Rhodes.
Happy to wait.
Wait the report. Councillor Rhodes visitation survey.
Happy to wait.
Wait. Councillor Rhodes again.
Yep, happy to wait.
Happy to wait. All right, that brings us to NOMO 1, which is...
Oh, Madam Mayor, in terms of council or presentations...
Yes? What is your presentation?
I have... it's been brought to my attention that there's a number of councillors and council staff that are currently undertaking Dry July. And given some of the challenges of our role, particularly challenging undertaking in order to raise some money for the Liverpool Cancer Treatment Centre, which I think is a fantastic cause given the high incidence of cancer in our community. So I just wanted to move that we commend council staff and councillors who are contributing money towards that great cause.
I'll allow that to take place at this point, given I know it's been a struggle for some more than others.
Can I, Mayor, can I just congratulate those that have taken part of it. I know that the Ombo's gone, hasn't he? Yes, so I can say things that I'll probably get. He's been dry all month, and I think this meeting just shows how well you can operate being dry. It's congratulations, stay dry. Just on that note, if I may, Mayor, in relation to cancer, one of our local residents, and I won't go into names or whatnot, given that we're taking, has stage 4 in the head, and this Saturday they're holding a fundraiser for those that want to attend. I can provide more details to anyone if they choose at Austral Bowling Club to raise some extra funds. If anyone's interested in relation to that cause to attend, that'd be more than welcome, and I'd provide some more information if they would like.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, notices of motions, community car parking crisis. Councillor Haggerty.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just one more councillor presentation.
Oh, one more, sorry. One more, what is it?
I had the privilege of representing yourself at the Quota Student of the Year public speaking contest last week.
Yep.
And it's always a highlight when you get to see just some of the brilliant young people that we have in our community. So I was wondering if we could write to congratulate the winner and the runner-up of that competition and provide them with a similar letter of congratulations like we are for the Speak for the World.
Because they go to another competition as Liverpool representatives.
Happy to second that.
Yeah, that'd be lovely. Okay, I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. We write to them as well. Okay, car parking. Car
Yeah, I'd like to move as per the book.
I'll flag a foreshadowed motion, Mayor.
Yep, hold on a minute. If we get a second for Councillor Haggerty.
I will second.
No, Councillor Carney beat you to it. He put his hand up. Okay, Councillor, hold your horses with your foreshadowed, Councillor Chitty. Yes, go for it, Councillor.
Yeah, look, prior to the state and federal elections, both levels of government and both major parties made commitments to commuter car parking in our area. They were welcomed by council. Regardless of who won the elections, both state and federal, we assumed that we were getting car parking facilities, especially at Ed Park, where the problem is very pronounced. There was goodwill from the people of Liverpool and goodwill from council. We thought this problem would be addressed. As we all know, the Liberal Party won the state election. Congratulations to them. And the commitment in January was for 1,100 spaces by 2020 and $40 million. These aren't my words. These are from the from the motion CEO02 from the business papers in April, where we asked for a list of state government commitments. So they're not my words. They've come from council, who presumably have got them from the state government. Unfortunately, following the elections, we had the state budget where just $212,000 was allocated in 1920 for planning and community consultation. So clearly that promise of 1,100 spaces by 2020 will not be met. This is disappointing. And I think we've seen this before, especially along Heathcote Road, where we were told that Heathcote Road will get upgrades, and every year we saw 200,000 for planning, 300,000 for scoping, and bit by bit. Now, I do acknowledge that we are moving on Heathcote Road, but it's taken about 8 years of planning and this and that, and each election cycle. I don't want to wait 8 years to see a car park at Edmondson Park. And I don't think people of Liverpool should wait 8 years for a commuter car park at Edmondson Park. We've written letters, we've signed petitions, and unfortunately we haven't got the movement that we've wanted. In the past, when state and federal governments have ignored us, and the case I'll use here is the intermodal. The council has moved motions to hold public rallies. We had stalls in the mall. We launched a petition. I think it's time we do the same for the commuter car parking crisis in Liverpool.
Mm-hmm. Okay, any opposition?
Yes, Mayor. Please, can I foreshadow the motion now, or can we do that later, or do I just speak against it?
I think you speak against it using essence of your foreshadowed, and that might be the useful exercise.
Okay, well, the foreshadowed is with George and Susan, which is quite simple.
Okay,
and
well,
it's not a
use
real hard
the
one.
elements of that too.
The elements are that we write to the Premier and the Minister responsible, outlining the commitment they made, and to give us a time frame on the delivery of that before we jump to conclusions. But I'll speak against this and why I think we should go that way first. Firstly, I'm quite surprised that Councillor Haggerty is putting up anything that's to do with the community rally and stalls and everything else, given when Council chose to move the motion in relation to the rally, or whatever it was, the awareness campaign, when the South Metro was going to be scrapped if a certain party was elected. That was something that council passed, and then we did receive a rescission motion from a few councillors here in relation to that. So it's a pretty hypocritical, if I can use that word without point of order. I withdraw, sorry, but you know what I mean. I can't see why Councillor Haggerty would now then come up and say, let's do this for something that we don't have the right facts on. There's one thing that we do know is, yes, the early stages of planning have begun. I think everybody knows that. You need to do site investigations. Yes, they did make a commitment, and we should hold them to that commitment. I totally accept that. If you go out there and commit to something, you should then deliver on that commitment. From what I understand, they are aiming to have them done by mid-2020, but there's one thing that we do need to remember, and I'll ask a question at this point, then continue. When the state government introduced the car parking spots at Casula, they obviously had to work with council. How long did that take for approvals to get those car parking spots there?
The current commuter car parking at Casula Station, you mean, Councillor?
Yeah, no, I mean, didn't we enter into negotiations with the state government to provide some not just the current ones, but on the Casula powerhouse side and whatnot? Did that require approvals, work with council? How long did that process?
Oh, we're still in negotiation.
So exactly to my point, there are things that could happen, and council is still in negotiation on something that the government wanted to achieve. So, and I'm not having a go at council here, but if you want car parking spots delivered tomorrow, we can deliver some at council, give the direction to council just to do it. Because there's a lot of moving elements to this feast to be able to get it delivered. One of them is council approvals, because they're probably relying on land that's owned by the public, that's probably not owned by council or the state government to deliver this. They're probably going to need a plan that needs to be assessed by council. If I'm wrong, jump in any time. And if we're still negotiating on Casula, sorry, I don't know what the negotiations are and what the hold-up is, you can't just say to this one person, you're getting things wrong, when there's a lot of moving elements. You can comment, sorry.
Yep. I just want to speak to the Casula matter. As councillors are probably aware, I entered willingly into discussions with Transport for New South Wales about using some of the car parking that's currently part of the Casula Powerhouse DA for commuter car parking. The terms in which I was prepared to enter into that negotiation was that it was at no cost to council. I haven't attempted in any way to clip their ticket, but they need to make sure that any remediation to the site or whatever has to be done. Any security and ongoing maintenance needs to be paid for by Transport for New South Wales. That is at the crux of where we are currently with the negotiations, and I've directed staff that I'm not prepared to accept an outcome that is at cost to council. So we're at somewhat of an impasse at this point in time, but my direction back to my staff is that Transport for New South Wales needs to come for a solution for us that doesn't impose an ongoing cost for council.
Thank you for that, and I'm not going to read out, because I did go to people to see where we're at, and the Casula one did come out, and I won't read out this sentence here, but, you know, council needs to also come to the party to some sort of degree, and yes, you've got that negotiating point and whatnot, and you want to stick to it, that's fine. But if you want to make things quicker, we can by changing a few things around and delivering Casula, because we've heard a lot about that. They're ready to go, but we're not, because we're still negotiating, and yes, you're doing your job, that's fine. What I'm going to ask for in the foreshadowed is, before we go down this avenue, let's get our facts on the table, write to them, tell them this is what we're expecting, what are the issues, what are the hold-ups. If there's any from our end, I think we need to tidy those up first. I'm not saying there is, but if there's anything from our end that's holding up these car parking spots being delivered, we need to be held account to that. We need to instruct the CEO to ensure the process is as smooth as possible in order for the government to be able to deliver that. But when it comes to, and why I've got faith that they will deliver these car parking spots, I think it's been about 6,000 now since 2011 that, you know, the Liberal government, and I'll call them Liberal government, I'm not playing politics here, has delivered 6,000 spots since 2011 at train stations, and, you know, there's another 2,500 or 3,000 that are currently being planned. I'd urge councillors not to support that motion. I'd urge councillors to support a motion where we're working hand in hand with the government or the transport or whoever it is that's responsible for it, work hand in hand with them, tell us what's going on, how can we help, and yes, we all agree that these spots need to be delivered.
Thank
Second
you.
it.
Well, that's a foreshadowed motion, Councillor did, so just hold on to that. Anybody wish to speak for the motion? Councillor, you have the right to reply.
Thank you. A couple points there. We're talking about Edmondson Park and the commitment made at Edmondson Park. There's not council land, so there's no negotiations to be had with council as far as I'm aware. You know, I'm being generous by saying 1,100 by 2020. I think it was 1,100 by mid-2020. Based on the budget year, $212,000 in the budget, we know that's not going to happen. As you're confident it'll happen? I'm sure it'll happen at some point, as we saw with Heathcote Road. It'll happen at some point. But I don't want that to be 8, 12, 16 years. I want it to be as per their commitment, which was 1,100 spaces by 2020. Quite clearly, they won't be able to fulfil that commitment, and the foreshadowed motion asks that we write to the relevant minister and the Premier. We've written to them. We've written multiple times. We've had petitions. Quite clearly, writing letters doesn't work. We now need to garner community support. We need to show that the community is very serious about this, just like we did with the intermodal. The community was against the intermodal. We held a rally. It's time to hold a rally about commuter car parking crisis.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you.
can I ask a question?
A question but no debate. Debate is closed.
Sure.
Very quickly, because I normally don't allow questions after this.
How many times have we written to the relevant Minister/Premier on this in relation to this?
Take it on notice. I'm sorry, Councillor. I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour of Councillor Haggerty's motion, please raise your hands. Those against? The motion fails. Oh, okay. Those in favour of the motion, please stand. Oh, it's all right. Yeah, I'll kill you later. All right. Those against? Okay. The motion fails. The foreshadowed motion comes forward as a motion. Councillor Chitty moving. It's seconded by Councillor Didd. It's before you. Councillor Chitty, do you wish to speak to your
Really
motion?
quickly, and I just really in response to what Councillor Haggerty says, I'm not sure if councillors are aware or if councillors got more, Haggerty's got more information than us, but how does he know what's actually in a budget for the state government? Yes, there are some lines that are actually in there that say there are some things that are happening, but just like the council budget that we have funds that are dedicated to projects. We don't specify every single line. I actually tried to get that with the zero budgeting, which, Councillor, as you know, you voted against. But there is a big budget there. We all know that budgets change. They made a commitment. Let's work with them to get these delivered by 2020. If it comes back and they state that they aren't going to be delivering those by 2020, well then, Councillor, again, I'd be more than happy to second or move a motion that we go out there and we go after them once we've got the facts on the table.
Thank you. Anybody wish to speak against the motion? Any other speakers for the motion? Well, given that there's nothing to reply to, I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried. The next item's on page 242 in the name of Councillor Haggerty.
It's me again.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you for the CEO report in regards to this issue, clarifying what we can and can't do. I'm a little disappointed that I guess the response, basically goes, it's a bit risky. There's risk to council. Well, there's risk to people who are buying into and moving into these apartments. And I think we have a responsibility to act, especially if the state and federal governments are dragging their feet in regards to reform. I know they met earlier this month in Sydney, and they're going to come up with a building code that's fantastic. That's going to take a while. And we've been waiting some time for the state government to act on private certifiers. They're talking about a taxi rank type system. Again, we're still waiting for that. That's been going on for about 12 months. I have a question. If a complaint is currently made about a site under construction to council, what do we do?
Mr. Moore?
Well, depending on the nature of the complaint, we investigate, and that involves sending appropriately qualified compliance staff to the site to investigate, in simple terms.
Right. And in terms of appropriately accredited staff, do they have this A2? Do we have anyone on staff who has this A2 accreditation level, and do they currently conduct investigations?
Through the CEO, yes, we do. We have about 6 or 7 accredited certifiers on staff. You don't need to be accredited certifier necessarily for all of the compliance matters that are investigated, but the suggestion here in the advice is that you would need to be at least a certifier to properly investigate the kinds of buildings you're talking about. And I guess the other risk that we're flagging is there may be some structural engineering expertise required as well.
Yep. All right, I'll move a motion that council investigates the risks associated with implementing a proactive building inspection program, and that they report back to council in, say, October.
Can I seek clarification on that, Madam Mayor?
Yes, certainly
Don't
can.
we already have something in place, or you know, when an OC is given the go-ahead for someone to build, aren't they supposedly the design is done and the engineering is all done, and usually things that are used in buildings are fire rated anyway and fire safe? Can I seek clarification on that and what council does now in the building process?
Yeah, through the CEO, as I mentioned, we have 6 or 7 certifiers, so people can choose to, when they've got a development consent, get a construction certificate either from one of our certifiers here at council, and in fact if people go that route we can't say no. If they want to apply with council we must accept their application, or they can choose to use a private certifier, which most people do. There's a whole industry around that now, which is the subject of all of this investigation at the moment. And all of the matters concerning fire safety and the materials used are regulated by the Building Code of Australia, or the National Construction Code. So yes, we do have staff that can handle CCs, can handle OCs and the process that flows right through that. You know, what we're talking about here is proactively going out and monitoring the work of private certifiers.
Can I ask, and in your CEO comments, because I was actually supportive of the original motion that you just changed, but anyway, what are the legal and financial implications if we are going out there doing a program that we don't need to do, that pretty much holds no weight, that's just satisfying us in the hope of picking up things? What legal and financial implications does it have on council?
I'll ask Mr White to speak to that, because we just had a very quick side conversation about Civic Risk Mutual.
Yeah, so through the CEO, I was at a recent board meeting of Civic Risk Mutual where this exact issue's come up, and Botany Council have found themselves unfortunately embroiled in court proceedings over this exact issue for undertaking inspections on a site that was ultimately privately certified, but for which they have been included in proceedings around the structural failures of the building, in an attempt to try and capture someone with deep pockets to sue in the absence of a builder and a private certifier who really don't have the means to meet the claim that's been brought. It's pretty typical legal stuff. If you have people who you can try and attach some liability to in relation to a very large claim, then it is still worth bringing that claim in an attempt to settle it. And so the concern here is that we could find ourselves being drawn into legal proceedings over failures which we've been involved in doing some inspections on, even though we're not the certifying authority in that case, but where for various reasons we are included in proceedings as a party who potentially has some case to answer for failing to do what we said we would do properly.
So council currently needs to, you can't get a DA approved through a private certifier for these types of buildings that we're talking about. So and just so I can get my head around, and probably a way around, not the system, but around it, council can issue a notice of entry. Isn't council able to issue a notice of entry to inspect the current approved plans versus the build, just to see what a flaw is, and then work out if there are things going wrong? I'm just trying to work out how we'd be legally implicated. So if we use that mechanism down that track, how do we then get exposed if we're just confirming our own documents?
So through the CEO, there's a difference obviously between planning, which includes engineering, design and everything else, and then the actual execution of that plan. And by council, I guess unilaterally taking upon themselves to monitor the progress of a construction, when there's no intention to use council as a certifying authority, what we are essentially doing is assuming the quasi-role of certifying authority and inspecting authority as we go, when in the end we won't be responsible for certifying the building. Now, I see where you're going with this. If we do our job well, it's no risk. But the risk we run here is that we might miss something, and without actually being the certifying authority, in a circumstance where right now we have zero liability, we may assume some liability by going in and then being accused of maybe missing something. Noting, of course, that a lot of these latent defects are very difficult to pick up on a visual inspection. If you haven't seen, for example, the depth of the piers and how the reinforcing's been entered and what sort of materials are being used, the specifications around the concrete and all those sorts of things that tend to, well, unfortunately, they're the things that have been cited in the more recent cases that have been discussing around building settling and structural defects. That's the sort of thing. In essence, it comes down to this. If we do this, we are potentially assuming some responsibility for assessing the quality of a building which we are not going to certify, which is currently liability we do not have.
I have an amendment to be considered.
Yes, Councillor, what's your amendment?
We have a very good ARIC committee. If Council is going to propose this motion, I would like to amend, for consideration anyway, that Council does investigate the risks involved with implementing a proactive building inspection and asks the ARIC committee their opinion of the risks associated, and the whole report comes back to councillors.
Councillor Haggerty?
Same, yep, check it in.
Would you be happy to take up, Councillor? You are?
Yeah,
Good.
so investigates risk associated with implementing, blah, 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 including...
a report from the ARIC committee,
yeah.
perhaps.
Well, you've got the nods from the senior staff, so... Okay, so that's your motion, Councillor Haggerty. Taking up Councillor Rhodes' amendment. Okay, any speakers against?
Madam Mayor.
Councillors, I'm going to put it, and conscious of the time. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item on the books is on page 24. No? Yep.
I'll move that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Page 244.
I'll foreshadow.
Thank you. And who's seconding your motion, Councillor Ayard?
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Seconded in several places. I'll say Councillor Hadid. Okay. Yes, Councillor Ayard, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. So, in a nutshell, my motion is, number 4 basically is my motion in a nutshell. Have an official policy that acknowledges that grants can be time sensitive and therefore will be treated as a priority from Council's point of view. With regards to assessing development applications or any other statutory approvals, the policy applies to any project that the applicant can demonstrate will be the recipient of government funding, part or full funding. So reason being is sometimes DAs are put in and designed subject to grants and funding, and then are just put in the pipeline and they're not approved. And they're just there waiting in the pipeline, then the grant time finishes and they actually miss out on the grant. And then by the time it is approved, they can no longer afford to go ahead with the design. Mm-hmm. So basically the aim of my motion is to make grants a priority and for a policy to be put in place regarding DAs that have grants.
Thank you. I just have a question of council staff, only because of the broadness of your motion. It actually says, I think, that council right to local groups, community groups, schools, private and government, part 3 in other words. How practical is that, and is that usually what councils do?
I haven't experienced a council doing that before.
Okay.
We certainly, we do have grants officers on staff, and I certainly can write a letter to the local schools and local community groups as much as we hold the data. There's always some that you miss, but advising that there might be grants upcoming. I had to think about this one, Councillor Ayard, and I thought maybe what might be effective, because I want to enhance our grants capacity anyway, is to look at maybe a quarterly update that we can send out to these groups if they're interested about any grants we're aware of. That might be a more effective way to communicate with them.
Okay. Actually, you've given me an idea through the Chair, if I may. So this is in regard to both local, state and federal grants across the board of government. So maybe once a policy is drawn up, maybe if this policy then can be distributed to local schools, not-for-profit, just so they know that the policy is there. So if they do want to apply for a grant, they can trust that council will be able to deal with the DA in timing with that grant.
I need to, more than happy to draft a policy. I need to look at, there's a few probity issues around that we'd need to tease out, but we can do that when we bring the policy back to council for your direction. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any opposition?
Yes.
Yes, councillor.
It's up to applicants to lodge their DA in a timely manner. I don't think it's fair that people get to jump the queue because they've got a grant. The onus is on those organisations to be aware of what grants are out there, to lodge those grants in a timely manner and be able to fulfil the obligations of those grants, i.e. lodge their DA in time. There are a number of, I'm happy for council to send out a grants bulletin, but there are a number of organisations that do that. I think both state and federal governments do grants bulletins. Perhaps we can piggyback on that. I also have some confusion about the background and points 1 and 2. I'm not sure what they've got to do with points 3 and 4. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't this a list of shovel-ready projects? So we already do that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm happy to take that out then because you've got those. And councillor, I'm happy to add points if there's something you'd like to add to this.
Can I
For example, the grants, you know.
Sorry,
Yes,
and
Councillor
I've
Chitty.
just sort of clicked to me. I actually sit on a panel that awards or assesses grants at a state level. So I should probably be declaring an interest here.
Yes.
And sorry, I totally missed the fact that I do declare an interest and leave the room because
Okay.
I do award or assess that
Okay.
then goes to...
Thank you. Just make sure you get your form off, George.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may, just to clarify Councillor Haggerty's question also. So really it's not jumping the queue. It's basically making sure that they don't miss out on the grants and funding that they've applied for and been approved for. Because sometimes DAs take quite a while to move through council and please correct me if I'm wrong, they're usually just sitting in the pipeline for a little while being dealt with.
Yes, councillor did.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, look, I don't see any problem with this motion. You know, I mean, as long as the council has a database about all the organisations who serves the community. So once state or federal or council have grants to provide to the communities, what's wrong with sending a letter or an email said, well, look, there is a grant available for you. You can apply. So what's wrong with that? I don't see any issues with that.
Well, I think it's about the clarity in what council role is. I just want to clarify with Councillor Ayard. Councillor Ayard, you're removing point 1, yes?
Happy to remove that.
Yeah, and I imagine that point 2 is in with point 1.
Yeah, that's correct. It's directly related.
Would it be better and more wise to put that the CEO creates a policy and a document that has the available grants available for community usage and do it that way rather than single out particularly, because you may miss groups, and you can put it on the web page as well. That way.
Okay, I'd be happy with that, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
And that way people know it's there, and we do have staff engaged. You can actually send community groups to council and get them to make an appointment and speak to particular staff about how to get a grant.
Okay.
That already exists.
Okay, so that'll cover points 1, 2 and 3. Then I'd keep 4 as is and 5 as is.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question about point 4 or the crux of the motion. I guess I have concerns about grants that can be time sensitive and therefore treated as a priority from council's point of view, what impact does that have on the DA process and the transparency with which they're treated with?
That, councillor, is what I would want to tease out while we're developing the policy, because you obviously you need to make sure that these things are done with utmost probity, and that the community doesn't feel that they're being, somebody who's putting in for their house doesn't feel they're being disadvantaged. So I need to work through the logistics, and we'll bring a policy back in relation to that.
Just on that.
Just to close the loop on that question, so does that mean that in terms of point 5 of the proposed motion, that implementation of that would only kind of be subsequent to a potential policy coming through and being approved by council?
Well, it's a policy that I believe it's a policy that requires council approval. So until I brought that back to you, it's kind of I'm enacting it, but it's not enacted. Yeah.
Or maybe it would be best to have it read that the policy be returned to council by October, so that it's there and it's in black and white.
Also, through the chair, could we have clarification on who it is that usually applies for grants?
You won't always get that, unfortunately, because in my other life I used to write a lot of grant submissions, and quite often they'll be depending on the organisation, and you won't know who's applied. That people don't go around telling you.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is my understanding is that it's usually community organisations, schools, non-for-profit, and they're just there waiting in the pipeline. Like they might want to expand the school and have state government funding or federal government funding, and it's just in the pipeline. So this is basically to move this along.
Well,
that's my aim.
Can I just make one small amendment and then make a comment?
What is your amendment?
The CEO engage with the local community groups.
Well, those
rather
have
than
been withdrawn, those particular
Has it?
paragraphs. We're only dealing with point 4 and point 5, and point 5 now is the policy be returned to council by October 2019.
A policy.
Yep. So we're going to write a policy that will work, because while I understand what Councillor Ayard's saying, and I don't disagree at all, you want something that actually will work.
Yep.
There's no point in moving something and putting staff out there to do stuff all over the place, and it just isn't practical.
I think that the policy is a good idea, and I think it's very good that the council does engage, because I find that it's a form of education to the community to perhaps become more engaged and do things.
In fairness, councillor, the community staff on council, we've got a whole section, they do engage. And they engage at an NGO level and a school level, depending on what their activity levels are. And they are also there as a resource. Can I say it is quite an expensive job that the council staff do currently, and they also are involved in helping to put together a register all community services in the LGA as well.
Madam Mayor, can I just add to that and kind of commend the efforts of the grants officers at council, because any organisation or group that's looking at grant funding that I have sent through, they have been very helpful towards, and that's replicated across a number of different experiences. So, I can't fault their work in this space.
No, they've been very useful, especially for smaller groups who quite often don't understand what they've got to do in the submission writing or in the way of gaining funding. And also funding, as you would probably realise, is very tight.
And I can also support the department as well, because I know that there are people that get involved in doing things and they do not know where to start. And I know that all that advice comes to them through council.
Yeah.
So I agree that we should have a policy. I agree that it should be up on our website, and that will help to educate the community as to the complexities of what they're trying to do, the times that it takes for them to put through DAs, because that quite often is the problem with people that are doing something without having that advice.
No, they haven't had the experience, I agree.
Madam Mayor, if I may, can I put a timeline on this? Would next council meeting be enough to get a policy together?
I've said by October 2019.
Oh, you've said that?
Yeah, I put that for you.
Okay.
So there's a time.
Would that be sufficient time, or could we bring it forward to September?
No, I think September would be too early. I think
Okay.
this gives them time to actually liaise with groups out there and stakeholders.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so we have, yes, Councillor Hagg.
So if I get it, I think I get the point of this. The point of this is that I guess knowing that there are grants there, knowing the grant process, I guess it's like a social capital issue, and some people don't have that social capital. And this is about being more proactive and saying, hey, there's grants, and here's the process, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm on board now. Can we haven't acknowledged here like the grants bulletin, because I think the idea of a grants bulletin.
No, we did talk about that.
All right, so that'll be in the
Got lost
policy.
in
We've got acknowledgement, yeah.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think some sort of bulletin, funding bulletin, can be available on the website, but also can be publicised in other ways through council.
Can I propose, councillors, and I'm happy to do it, you don't need to put it in the motion, that when we come back with the policy, we also come back with what we do in terms of this area and some proposed ways forward. So that should provide that, because we do things like grant information sessions and stuff for the community. So I just want to capture the information for you, and so you can tell me if there's anything you'd like us to do further.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I just want to clarify. I mean, this isn't for, the big developers that have the means to go out there. It's just for non-for-profit and for schools, mainly.
For smaller groups.
And small community groups.
Yep, I understand
Thank you.
that. Okay, I'm going to close the discussion and put it. Those in favour of the motion, those against the motion is declared. Somebody go and get Councillor Chitty. The next item on the agenda is, and I'm only doing this because of the time, opportunities. Councillor Mazahidid and Councillor Jeff Sheldon.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the motion as it appears in the book, adding the following, noting any action on any report will be subject to community consultation.
Oh, that's good.
Full stop. And also adding the following sentence. Council also notes the CEO's comments.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll second it.
You happy with that? Okay. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 248.
Yeah, if you can call us when you're done.
Pardon? Oh, he's leaving the room? Okay. Oh, we've got people leaving the room.
Do we still have a quorum?
Yeah. You only need six. You only need six for a quorum. Okay, and it's in the name of Councillor Rhodes, and the motion is on page 250. Thank you, Councillor. Any discussion? Councillor Rhodes, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, I think that the motion's rather clear, and I appreciate the CEO's comments and the consultation that she's been in with the Historical Society. But, Madam Mayor, it pains me greatly to see what other councils have for their historic societies. It is an asset to council, and if there is ways that we can find these people a permanent, prominent home, it's going to be a great asset for Liverpool. And I would like to still have the report back. Let's think a little bit harder. Let's try and see what we can do without waiting for the School of Arts. Or when does a question just before I continue, when does the School of Arts lease expire?
It's about 3.5 years, but it should be noted that in the meantime, I've offered a permanent space in the current museum, and councillors, we've only explored the School of Arts as a temporary move for the museum, so the museum may not remain the museum for the indefinite period, and unless I'm directed otherwise by councillors, the Historical Society could use that space permanently for exhibition, which was great to co-locate the two, I think, personally.
Okay.
Well, I'm not so sure that I agree with moving the museum. I'm here to advocate for a home for the Historic Society, not advocate for moving the museum.
And councillor, can I just make clear that would be a matter for council resolution.
Yeah,
it's come up as a proposal to explore, and you did endorse that for me to explore that, but it's quite some period of time away. So just so people aren't concerned that we're about to do something that we haven't gone down that path, and I have no resolution.
Not to take up any more of council's time, I would like to still propose the motion, and that council reports back. I've said September 2019. I will welcome any advice on that if you want additional time, but we need to consider a suitable public building for the Historic Society for Liverpool.
Can I ask a question, Mayor, if you don't mind, for someone who's deeply
Yes.
interested in history and heritage?
Yes,
myself?
councillor.
In that report, are
It's
we
the
going to be?
pie, isn't it? Sorry, go on.
I don't know what was in it. It
Yeah.
came from Councillor Haggerty. Are we going to explore? How many members, what they do, how much room they need, what's on show? Can we just get not just a report of a place?
And their storage needs too, can I say?
Can we actually get something that details everything?
Yes, certainly. I might need a little bit more time than September 2019. Can I also seek a question of clarification from Councillor Rhodes? You've stressed consider all suitable public buildings. Are those ones in the ownership of council, or do you wish me to look at other public assets, for instance, the TAFE site, or saying we have no control over those? So I had excluded them, but it's not explicit in your resolution. Council buildings? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, may I ask a question? So through you, Madam Mayor, to the CEO, in regard of the old courthouse. Do we have any activity in this building?
We have signed a MOU with the University of Wollongong for them to do the repair and fit out for that building, and then use it for their legal purposes. So essentially, the courthouse becomes a courthouse again. They use it for mock trials and for teaching, the repairs are at a significantly reduced cost to council as well. And we're negotiating with them around that at the moment. At one point, they just wanted to take the main building. Now they're interested in the outer buildings as well, so we need to work through those logistics. If that changes, I'll come back to you, councillors, but we're still in talks with University of Wollongong.
That's a good outcome for that building. Okay, any opposition? I'm going to put it. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Could we get the...
Can that be recorded as unanimous?
Yes, you can have that as unanimous. All right, now I'm going to formally move that all the confidential items go into confidential meeting under section 10.2 of the Act, because I think some will go through quickly and some won't. So at this point, the members of the public will be unfortunately asked to leave. Thank you. Noted a question as put by Councillor Chitty. We moved and accepted the Legal Affairs report. We endorsed and noted the mayoral direction pursuant to section 226D of the Local Government Act. We moved the acquisition of CO Confo 4. We moved the upgrade of CO Confo 5. We just noted the legal matters on Confo 6, and in Confo 7 we had a discussion about staffing matters which will remain confidential, but the Mayor and the CEO will come back to councillors with further strategies. Having done that, the meeting's now closed.